those cursed castles that I cleared.
It's me, Mario.
I assume this has an amount of stars. Just gotta warm up the controller first. Okay, yeah, this has the awesome menu. Does it look like I can swim out? I just die if I do this? No, I just have to swim up over here. Okay, there's red coins. The camera when you wall jump is weird. I kind of fuck with it. Just not used to it. Because like tries to show you a little bit higher. So there's 2 stars in this overworld. One of them's definitely the red coin, the other one's probably like a toad or something, I guess. This overworld's big. Okay. Might have something to do with the metal cap. A picture of a tower. I hope I don't forget that. Realistically, I probably will, but... Where did it spawn? I feel like it was on a mushroom, so I thought it was going to be around here, but... Oh, there it is. Alright. Wing cap is in here. Let's start by heading into this pipe. I feel like I picked up a bad habit while playing Cursed Castles, which is just triple jump all the fucking time. It's gotta be for something, but I don't want to do that now. Not sure why that got routed. So this must be the path of the black shroom. Just one more coin. You'll do the trick, probably. There we go. Now to collect some damn stars. This song is kind of grooving. I do wonder what that's for. Can I make that? Not even close. Wow. I guess I probably need the other cannon for that. Or the wing cap or something. Oh, what is this? Oh, secret. Oh, secret star. So what about this little thing? Yeah, I figured as much. Ah. Cap stage. Okay, well, it's all good with me. The stream definitely died. I don't know why, but like that last game killed my PC when I closed it. But stream's back. We're back now. Okay, well this must be the wing cap stage. And there it is. Oh, hello. This is still cooking by the book, it's just a different version. Whoa! I didn't think I was going to slide so much. Huh, another cannon. Let's just get the red coins.
Here we go. Let's go.
Alright, 2 more stars in there. Haven't really checked the upper half of the stage at all, so likely both there. There's one. And I saw a hole in the back that I don't know where it leads, so it must lead to a star. It's in there, okay.
Here we go. Let's go.
Alright. Oh, I just take the shortcut there. Nice. The Windy Bridge. Oh, I think I know what it's talking about. Ribboza. I think I actually don't want the red warp there. bridge over there. Anything else I want? Not particularly. Of the Houseless Mountain. That's like a Sunshine level name. I guess it would be that one? But if it's not the path to the Black Shroom, then what could it be? Let's just keep an eye out. Because that leads to the wing cap. Could be related to that, although I don't know how. I don't think it's down there. Okay, so can I just like kick my way up? Oh, I see something up there. Hello. You know the deal? I definitely don't know the deal, dude. What do you mean? What do you mean you know the deal? Only thing I can think of is that mushroom has a suspicious block. Maybe I would know the deal if I did course 1 first. This could be a personal L. Apparently somebody made like a documentary about the I Want to Be the Guy fan game community. It could be like a fun stream watch. Oh my god, that like Kidu. That box over there is about the only thing I can think of. There's also this little bit of red right here, which I think is weird as hell. So let's try to get over there. Ah, there you are. Now, is there even a cannon in there? Doesn't look like there is. So what is this for, then? Just for the hell of it, I guess. Wait, there is a cannon. For what purpose? Oh. Ah, that's why the red was there.
Here we go.
Okay, so we did World 2, Wing Cap, we did one of the Overworld stars. Which course one anyways? This Overworld is like gigantic. Ginormosaurus. That's the next Overworld. Seven? Well, I doubt course one will be behind a 7. I bet. I think you can make that. The problem is if you fall, you have to go over here, which I guess isn't too far away. Realistically, I should probably just wait until I have the Vanish Cap, which is in the next Overworld. Wait. I mean, that was awesome. Now the thing is, I don't know where to use this. I guess you use it to get here. Oh heavens. What fresh hell did I step into?
Here we go.
I guess that's one of the secrets? Nope, it's just part of it's just Ouija on Overworld 1, okay. says 1's here. 3 plus 2 OW? Oh, second overworld. Okay, so that's 1. Anything interesting in the water? Red coin. Okay, there's something with the metal cap here, but the metal cap is the second world, so... Didn't even go far enough away. I know this song. What is this song? Okay, that's just a star. There's a Koopa, a red coin, and a blue coin switch. Ah, damn it. Alright, down there. Let's do everything that's not the switch, I guess, because I can't do the switch. I mean, I could not have failed that earlier. I'm assuming the Battle of the Prince Hall is probably the pipe all the way up top. The biggest W for a con. Alright. Those are victim girls. I don't remember. That is awesome! Holy fuck! Damn! Yeah, I had nothing but respect. That is incredibly powerful. Get that shit out of there. I seem to have gotten wind of like a new trend taking over the normies. It's not Funko Pops, it's like Gucci Build-A-Bear sort of deal. Which, you know, that's not great, but at least it's not Funko Pops. It's just for coins. Oh shit, there's more. I do not remember the name of that Gucci Build-A-Bear thing. Which might be a shame. I don't know, some people in my office are like, Labubu? That could be it. I have to look it up. I wouldn't remember if I saw it. That looks like it. Yeah, recent articles. Yeah, exactly. It's like, at least it's original. God knows how it caught on, but I mean, I guess at this point, you know, probably TikTok or whatever the hell. But if it can replace Funkos, and you know, I think overall that's a W. Might be something up here. Nope. I don't think Prince Bob-omb would be the brother of King Bob-omb. Wait, no, that does work, doesn't it? The green Jolly Rancher Bob-omb. He only had 2 health. I don't know why that's funny to me. There's less health than King Bob-omb. I guess that makes sense. Then the next one is related to having the metal cap. That might be Bowser 1, I'm not sure. I think 3 would be over here. It's probably the 7 door. Yeah. Ah, what a classic jammer. Thank you. 2 stars over there. That's another star. Not looking for that right now, but good to know, I suppose. There's a pipe. Must just lead somewhere else in the level, considering how easy of access it is. Okay, blue coin switch over there. Huh, okay. I'll probably forget that. Just need 10 more coins, then I can go get the reds. I'm gaming. I've already found most of the stars in here, then. We're doing good work. I think there's probably like a secret level in here, if I had to guess.
Here we go! Here we go!
This must be the lone blue tower.
Here we go!
So there's flowers in the town that bring you inside the cage. That's worth looking into. I'd assume they'd be slightly discolored. Or like, by these. Ah. Yellow.
Here we go!
I haven't seen this path yet. What do you have to say for yourself? Honestly, that's pretty reasonable. Apologies.
Here we go!
Let's go check out the pipe. Koopa Show? No. Huh. Yeah. Star atop the town. Alright, well, I don't see any hints of like a hidden course around, so I'm just gonna assume there isn't. And what have I not found? There's something called MS. I haven't found that. Master System? I mean, there is... Okay, there's another star in the overworld, which I haven't found. 2 plus Misk. The hell is Misk? I'll keep that in mind, I guess. There's likely something up there. I just don't know if it's a star or a secret course. Classic jammer. I'll leave that penguin for later. Okay, I thought that was gonna be lava or something. I forgot I'm not playing like a brutal hack. Okay, that must be a star. Sorry, Mama Penguin, I got shit to do. Okay, there's a couple penguins. Okay, there's gotta be like a Koopa shell or something. I think I found it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to sacrifice myself for that, but it's fine. Boing. Okay, so Mama's there. Still looking for one coin. One red coin. I'm so good. I'm so good at video games. Literally absolutely no reason to do that. I think I got another drink. Get that real quick. Back to it. That's where we start. Gotcha. Okay, so there's 3 different penguins I gotta try out. I guess we'll start with the closest one. Okay, well, while I'm here, I'll just do this instead.
Here we go!
Let's look for a different baby. Well, not this one, but let's give it a shot. So it's the one that was like kind of hidden. Who could have possibly seen that coming? Probably this level kind of all looks the same, so I don't remember where it was. Damn it. There it was. There we go.
Here we go.
Alright, what else is in here? There was that one box that we found. Behind the central tunnel. There's a red coin there the whole time. God damn. Damn, I couldn't see shit, brother.
Here we go.
Okay, what's behind the central tunnel then? So they must be talking about this. Alright, that was a star up here. I forgot about that.
Here we go.
So what's the last one then? The hidden underground slide. I guess I can kind of see it. Where does it start? Oh, there it is. How did I not find this? Wow. Alright, course completed.
Here we go!
I'm gonna assume course number 5 is this one up here. The castle in the sky? Laputa? Give me that red coin. I guess I'm guessing that's wing cap, probably. Let's not go any further than that. I don't think we can go back. I see something under the bridge. I don't really know what it is, though. I'll try to remember that that's there. That's a cab bag down there. Okay, that's where the 8 red coins star is. Let me just get this real quick. I don't have a lot of red coins. I think I got like 2.
Here we go!
Oh, hello. What are you doing here? Cannon? Well, that's true. There was a cannon. That's nice. Okay, I had a bit more than that. I mean, I'm assuming there's more than one cannon, because that one cannon we just saw is kind of useless. And I do feel like I saw one cannon, so... I'm assuming you're expected to chain the cannons. Yeah, there you are. Yeah, you do this to get over here. And you can climb this. Then you use this to go further up. Oh no! Swing and a miss. And on that one, I missed everything. Yeah, that's fine. Let's just... Let's just go back. We got the 80 coins at least, now we just need to get the red coins again. Oh lord, okay, so that makes boxes appear over there too. So that is not a wing cap, that's a boxes. How the fuck am I gonna get over there in time? There's probably like a warp, I guess. Or another switch. Okay, that's a one-up that's under there. I don't care about that. A red coin in here somewhere? Maybe up here? I see a chuck, yeah. I see a red coin. Let's try that again. Now for the rest of these. Can I use this to go over to the right? Probably. So that was... I was just throwing a shot that I literally couldn't see where the fuck those were. Oh, did that say lol? That's pretty awesome. Okay, let's go to the castle in the sky. Give me that. Alright, what do we got? What do we got? There's that one path that I saw that was like a no return path, so I didn't go to it. I'm assuming that's what I was talking about, the narrow path. Everything's like over there, and over there is like annoying to go to. I'm just gonna go this way. Boink.
Here we go!
The Royal Secret Hideout. Doesn't really give me much to work with, unfortunately. We know it's royal. We know it's secret. We know it's a hideout. Really ain't much to work with. I do wonder if I can cannon shoot up here. There's that one spot under the bridge, but kind of already ascertained that's just a one-up. I mean, I guess it could also be a ward, but I mean, Royal could have something to do with this. Maybe it's like even higher up than the first star. I don't look like much. This shit kind of does say LOL. A Royal secret hideout. There's gotta be a secret warp somewhere. Hey, I see that. Let's go up to the castle the cannon way. Huh. Okay, what's the last one? I mean, I guess I know what the last star is. I just don't know how to get to it.
Here we go!
Now there is a switch. Are you fucking kidding me? That's so stupid, dude. I can't even be mad at that. That's how stupid that is. Aw, balls. I wanted to see if I could make it up there, but it wasn't even close. There sure is a switch now. That's stupid. Oh, my ear's ringing. I suppose the only mystery is what the hell is MS? Microsoft? Let's go to Bowser 1, then we can figure that shit out later. Bowser 1's over here. Well, I'm assuming it's here anyways. Ugh. Dum dum. or no? So really, the only dubious thing is what the hell is MS? I think it might be the thing that you need metal cap to get to. I don't know though. There's some stuff we need metal cap for. Let's go take a look at Overworld 2. What a gem. Those are your red coins, I guess. I was hoping not to ledge grab that. Vanish, huh? I don't know why I'm like pretty good at firsties. Angle wasn't good enough anyways. Yeah, let's get up on that. Ooh, red coin. I should have idea with like a super angle this time. That's good. I'm gonna say there's nothing up there, and if there is, then that's a shame, I guess. Okay, I gotta actually. That's a perfect angle. Okay, my angles. My wall kicks are sucking ass right now. The surface just sucks. We'll do the red coins, then we'll check what that box is. It's on the other side. Yo, mama. What even is an overworld 2 anyways? Metal cap, vanish cap, and that's literally it, along with a couple of overworld stars. No hidden courses or anything. Other than the cap courses, but... What are you? Fair enough, I guess. What about you? Boring. So there's 3 courses in here? Plus Bowser 2, I guess? Which means the other side should have 2 courses. Let's confirm that. I guess it has the vantage cap thing over there. It has a 1 there and 1 more there. Six, 7 overworld 3. 8 to 10 are over there. Alright. I will probably take a break. I want to... I don't know why, but this idea of just like watching this fucking video is appealing to me. So I probably will. Let me just go to the bathroom and get another drink before that. I don't know, so I'm doing like a 2-hour video about the fangame community, so I'm interested in that. I'll be right back. Plushie fall. Alright, I'll come back to that. Well, let's pop this open real quick. I think it's 2 hours long.
Guys!
Shut up. It's an hour 52. Made by a guy who actually makes decent videos? He just makes a bunch of iceberg videos. That's literally his entire channel. This can't possibly be. Nonetheless... let me like get the display. If I do this, is it gonna be? Yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, if it wasn't for it having that title, I probably wouldn't even care about it. But he titled it that, which
Guys,
raises
I
expectations.
just found out about something really, really cool, and I don't think anyone's ever made a video about it before.
It's probably true.
It's called indie games.
Yeah, that's pretty true.
And they ain't got no point to the game. You just walk around jumping on shit. It look like
They're not seeing the most important thing.
this shit stupid as hell, man.
Indie games always accounted for a pretty sizable chunk of my general taste in video games ever since I was little. I was probably introduced to them through random
I never
flash
heard of
games
that
I found online.
Karen thing.
Finding and playing stuff like Fancy Pants Adventure, This Is the Only Level, and Block Source were very formative experiences
classics.
for me.
Well, I've only ever played a Spanish version of Block Swords. Don't know why.
And do you ever think about how this game was like really fucking eerie for no reason? I feel like a low-class Russian child tossing a rusty brick around his dad's coal mine. Past that point, I would get really into the bigger, more commercial indie games. Entire years of my life were dedicated to fixating on both
That was way more than
Minecraft
3
and
seconds, dude.
Undertale, and I also loved playing a lot of other stuff pretty early into my teenage years, like Shovel Knight, Rivals of Aether, and
I still haven't played Shovel Knight.
Well, Michael, we have 4 of the baddest ass 1000cc machines ever created. And as a track day provider and
One of those
a
things.
racer,
I'm more likely to play the
what do you
sequel
feel is
game
the
that's coming
allure
out soon
of the
than
1000cc machines.
than Shovel Knight.
I know it's been said by every video essay ever at this point, but indie games are really cool because they're generally less tied down by traditional concepts of how a video game should be like, so
Escape
they can
from
get really
Pork
weird
Belly,
with it.
jeez,
They're
what the hell,
usually
mate?
only
What
made
the
by
fuck is
one
this?
or a handful of people with their own little design proclivities. Like, yeah, a run-and-gun platformer with ability mixing similar to Gunstar Heroes where you play as this 2008 DeviantArt-looking furry OC. But fuck yes, I'm all in. Indie games are typically a lot simpler than big-budget games, and focus only on a couple aspects that the creators are interested in or skilled at. This contrasts greatly against a lot of AAA games, which, especially nowadays, always feel like they need to include everything and be as streamlined as humanly possible. Gotta have, like...
Sorry, I'm getting
fucking
whiplash from...
waypoints and shit. This contrast is even more...
Yeah,
apparent when you look at a game that
2027
was released for free, just
Horizon
dropped on
series
the
is also
internet
not
somewhere,
made by
which used to be a
Ubisoft.
fairly
I'm just...
common practice
I'm
with indie
stun
games
locked over
since
here.
Some of them came out before storefronts like Steam were readily available. I feel like a lot of people subconsciously think of indie games
Literally
as
the
something
first
that
time I've
only
seen gameplay of
existed
Off.
since, like 2010 or something, and was the result of Edmund McMillan inseminating Derek Yu's womb.
Nice.
But their history actually goes back super far.
It's a good question.
Story and Yume Nikki are 2 of the greatest indie games of all time, and they both released in 2004, along with all the other greatest video games of all time. They're both very special experiences and have truly stood the test of time, and it's because they're
haven't
both
played
the
Cave
kind
Story
of
in a
thing that
long time.
only could come from one person's fully uncompromised vision instead of a large company. You know, Kikiyama didn't have fucking Shiggy bursting into their room telling them that it would be better if Matsutsuki had a little inanimate object following her around, saying shit like, "Hey, that doesn't look like a very friendly face." Going even further back
I would
than
like that.
Toho is probably the first indie game in the modern definition of the term, but for as well known as it still manages to be, people don't really talk about it as like an indie game. Like,
No,
it's
we
not
just
an
look at the
indie game,
girls.
it's some other shit. Zune literally went around conventions selling copies of Highly Responsive to Prayers to people. He's kind of a beast. But like, come on now. You guys know all this stuff already, right? Every YouTuber ever has made a video like, indie games are awesome, and they talk about the same 5 fucking games. You don't need me to explain the concept of an independently developed video game. They've ironically become a huge part of mainstream video game culture over the past decade. Balatro came out last year, and that was a deck builder made by literally one dude who we don't even know the name of or what they look like, and it won Game of the Year. I mean, it didn't win, but it totally should have. Fucking Funko Pop bastard. But I feel like one game that always seems
Was
to
it nominated by
fall
one
through the
dude? I guess I
cracks
don't
of
know.
the general indie game canon is a little game called I Wanna Be the Guy. Released in 2007
Alright, we're
by
in.
Michael O'Reilly, also known as KN Online, it's a 2D platformer that's
We're
a
in.
callback / love letter to 80s video gaming. Like, you know, the NES and stuff. Nowadays, putting it like that, I Wanna Be the Guy sounds completely unremarkable. A 2D platformer that's inspired by NES games is probably the most basic template for an indie game ever. Like, next you're gonna tell me it's got quirky Earthbound-inspired comedic moments, or that, God forbid, it's a fucking Metroidvania. Both of which are like 60% true. But listen, it's important to note that retro nostalgia games were a pretty new thing at the time. People were still cleaning up the jizz
Wow, I
from
haven't
their
actually
underwear after
looked at it
New
much.
Super Mario Bros. Was a brilliant return to form for the Mario series. So I Wanna Be the Guy was pretty unique in 2007.
GamesWeasel.com.
I have not looked at the credits. I haven't
It's
opened
a little bit
Balatro in
odd
like
that
a
this
year or
game's
so.
called New Super Mario Brothers, as it's not really that new.
The game even takes it a step further from all the other retro-style platformers and sets itself apart by being really fucking hard. Like hard in ways that even NES games wouldn't do. The game is deliberately designed to fuck with you, to the point of outright parody. If something like Shovel Knight plays like how people who played these games growing up remember them playing, I Wanna Be the Guy is how someone who just threw their controller through a CRT screen about 5 seconds ago because they died too many times in Castlevania remembers it playing. It doesn't hide this from you either. Anyone who knows literally anything about this game could tell you that, yeah, it's a pretty fucking difficult game. It's pretty much the main reason the game got traction in the first place, and it became pretty popular for Let's Players on YouTube to attempt playing I Wanna Be the Guy and epically rage face at the game. People
True.
like Markiplier
True.
and Michael from Rooster Teeth
True.
playing it were definitely how I first discovered the game.
Fucking corpse into 1,000 pieces like fucking hand grenades. Fuck, I'm getting fucked by it. I'm getting fucked by fruit. It's a fruit fucker. Hey, we're just fucking apples. We're just fucking apples. Ah, fucking crush your ass.
But it's for that reason it always kind of remained in the back of my mind as something less than a video game, which unfortunately is how discussion surrounding this game goes.
What are the top 30 most difficult video
I don't
games?
really remember how I discovered
And
I
have
Want to Be the Guy.
beaten them?
Number 3. I Wanna Be the Guy, the movie, the game.
Oh my god.
Alright, Coney,
This
what's
isn't
it?
a real game. Can we all agree?
People don't really see it as a game made by one person with a genuine
Was it not
passion
a game?
for video games and gaming history, and more just a practical joke made by some ontologically evil asshole. As
Oh,
if
that's
it
a
has
video
the
game.
same artistic merit as sending your friend a link to a flashing Jeff the Killer Screamer.
I Want to Be the Guy, one of the most legendary, ridiculously awful platformers ever created by man. It is not a game so much as it is a torture device. It's a fairly horrendously difficult game. It's a cruel game.
Yep.
It's an evil game.
Yeah.
Jesus, dude, relax. It's just a joke.
You know, I've actually never played I Want to Be the Guy.
That was pretty much me until early last year when, on a whim, I decided to download the game and play it for the first time while streaming it on Discord for my friends, specifically the remastered version that came out a few years ago. I wasn't really expecting to get far.
Has it been a few years now? God
I
damn.
don't even typically enjoy so-called rage games. I'm sure there are a lot of foddy heads watching this, but it was never my thing. But, you know, I played it. I ended up actually really, really liking it and appreciating
It is a good
for
game.
what it truly was. By that I mean it's now one of my favorite games, which when I tell people that, they kind of raise an eyebrow at me. So I thought I'd make a video detailing what I think makes I Wanna Be the Guy unique and charming, while also talking about why I think the game doesn't receive the flowers it deserves. This won't be a review
Only one-
telling
I
you
guess
how to
not-
feel
people
about
don't
the
really
game
use
like so
backlog
many
that
other
much.
gaming video essays are. And it also won't be some definitive documentary of the game and the shockingly large internet community that surrounds it, though I definitely will be going into the community just because they make some really cool stuff. I just want to talk about a game I really enjoy, and hopefully persuade you to give it a shot for yourself. Because I think everyone who likes platformers and indie games and indie platformers should at least give it a chance. Even if they're scared. Oh, I'm sure you're not scared.
Little
You're not too
baby.
scared to play a game that's a little hard, are
Little
you?
baby
You're not
man.
too scared to be the guy, are you?
Little baby man. I don't like looking at this.
First of all, I think it's worth mentioning where I Want to Be the Guy derives its primary influence from. A little Flash game called The Big Adventure of Iwata's Life. This was a game released in January 2007 by a man who just goes by King, a few
Never
months
played
before
this.
I Want to Be the Guy's release, primarily for Japanese audiences on 2 Channel. The game has this really cute ASCII art style that I really like, which was super popular on the site. The Japanese were so far ahead of Americans when it came to emoticons, I swear. It was very clearly Mega Man inspired,
They're still
which is
super
also
far
super
ahead.
popular on 2 Channel. I don't have much else more to say about this game, but it's the grandfather of all rage games like I Want to Be the Guy, and also Cat Mario / Soyabun Action. Remember this game for later. Right off the bat, I Want to Be the Guy reveals its influences proudly for the world to see. From the very first frame we start the game up, we're met with a 1-to-1 spoof of the title sequence from Mega Man 2. Man, what was it
Good
with
game.
Mega Man 2 back in the day? It feels like everyone and their mom couldn't stop jerking this game off. It's a
It's
good
good.
game for sure, but people on the internet in the late 2000s and early 2010s genuinely had me thinking it had to have been one of the greatest games of all time.
That's probably
I
fair.
was too scared to emulate when I was a kid, so I had my parents buy me the Mega Man Anniversary Collection for Christmas, and I didn't even bother to play the other games. Like,
That's
I think Mega
tough.
Man 2 was the pinnacle of the series or something. Fucking Brental Floss mind control, I guess.
Grab a knife and take a stab, you handicapped vagina scab.
Anyways, its presence is definitely
You said
appreciated
that?
here, though,
Damn.
because it does genuinely have one of the greatest and most iconic title screens of all time. Shit gets me hyped every time, no matter if it's in the original game or in I Want to Be the Guy. I could see how someone might interpret this title sequence and the myriad of other similar references in the game as the game being scared to be itself, but I'd have to argue in the opposite direction. These references, which are honestly more like blatant copyright infringement, show that the game was unafraid of what it is. It's like the game is saying, like
Nothing
yeah,
like
that's
copyright
fucking
infringement,
Mega Man
baby.
2. What are you gonna do about it? You gonna tell Capcom? You gonna cry? It's a very honest move, and something that could only be done as a result of the game not being a commercial product. Unlike a lot of indie games where they feel less like their own thing, and they feel, what are you gonna do about it? You gonna tell Capcom? You gonna cry?
Isn't it fucked up that, like, in the original I Want to Be the Guy, you can stand on the platform and the spikes don't kill you, but in, like, most early fan games, you do that and then the spike kills you? I think that's fucked up.
Very honest move, and something that could only be done as a result of the game not being a commercial product. Unlike a lot of indie games where they feel less like their own thing, and they feel like they just wanted to make a fan game of their favorite series, but were also too scared to make a game for free. So they just make a legally distinct version, and it ends up feeling like a game Johnny Test would play on a Z-Box. You know, I've never actually played Bug Fables. It's also a great way to reveal our protagonist as a kid. I love this little guy. His design is
That's
very
a
clearly
really-
inspired by Mega Man.
I
but he
like
also
that
has just,
opinion
this
on, like, stuff like
cheesy,
Bug
generic
Fables,
anime
actually.
protagonist thing going on. He's a very, a Quest 64 looking guy. Dude looks like a Gunstar hero. Truthfully, the sprite, I mean, let's be honest, the sprite kind of sucks ass. You can definitely tell Kayan was not an experienced artist when the assets for this game were created. The kid kind of has this medieval peasant haircut going on for some reason, and he's got Rayman legs, which is to say he doesn't have any legs.
That's true.
Judging from the official artwork, these don't seem like very intentional character design decisions, but rather probably came from Kayan just not wanting to draw legs and possibly not knowing how to draw spiky hair with such large
when you
textures.
have, like, a
It's also worth
20
mentioning
by
that the kid's
20
gun is a very slightly different hex code than his outline, which was an accident Kayan didn't pick up on until 2024,
Like, 20 by 20 pixel art, you can't really
17
do
years
much
after
with
the game
that.
Came out, which is really fucking funny to me. The sprite might not have been very well made, but it's still incredibly iconic and also fits with the game's whole NES shovelware look it's got going on. Plus, apparently the kid's sprite was made by Kayan to help encourage his friend to start making games, as it illustrates that it's very easy to make quick little sprite animations, which is a great origin story. My favorite part of the kid's design has to be his big, stupid, wide-eyed grin he has on at all times. Like, you can throw the most ridiculous bullshit at this motherfucker and none of it will get him down. This dude will have the moon fall on top of him and he just doesn't give a shit.
That's true.
Meanwhile, you probably start crying when your mom asks you to order Chinese food over the phone. If you wait on the title screen for a bit, you get a lore dump. The story of the game is that you are the kid.
I've never
You
ordered
wanna be the
Chinese
guy.
food.
You must defeat the guy in the Dungeon of Doom to become the guy.
I was gonna make a
And,
point about that,
that's
but
it.
I realize I don't
Screen
have the
then
experience
lists
to make the
various
point.
treasures found in the game, such as the kid's very small gun, the kid's cape of
I feel like
hero,
every single time I move
Spike,
somewhere, I just have Chinese food, like, around the corner,
Ryu
so I
from
never have to
Street
take
Fighter,
out.
this fucking ancient meme, 8-bit Che Guevara, and of course, the wanna be the guy, our protagonist. Most of this shit does not appear in the game. The game genuinely has a great sense of humor, which I believe to be one of its greatest strengths. Starting off, you create a file, and immediately you're met with 4 difficulty options. Normal, hard, very hard, and impossible, with hard being the default option, because of course it is. If you play on normal mode, it's not actually that much easier, you just get a bunch of extra save points, so you'll still have to play through the entire game and deal with everything it throws at you, but you just have to replay certain segments a few less times. Normal mode was how I first played the game, and I personally think it's the best way to experience the game if it's your first time playing. The game might make fun of you for picking it, with the extra save points being changed to say wuss instead of save, and also the kid having this girlish bow in his hair, but, I mean, come on now.
Fuck the bow.
The bow isn't even an insult anymore.
Fuck the
Rainbow
bow.
has a bow in her hair.
Okay,
Hell's
fair.
even bigger than the kids, and
Okay, fair.
I don't see anyone calling this shit easy. Plus, you know, it's 2025. So, yeah, in my opinion, there's no shame in playing in normal mode. Or, medium mode. So, you're thrown into the first area of the game, and immediately you're met with a decision between going up or going down. The bottom path is harder, you gotta find some secret platforms, and fuck that. The intended way is definitely to go upwards towards these trees. I don't know why the game doesn't just spawn you here to start, but whatever. Either way, you go forward and you... Oh, you guys made me play a troll game, didn't you? By now, the apples falling on you is a classic bit. Or, I guess they're more like big cherries.
So officially, as far as I'm concerned, the giant apples or cherries are just delicious fruit.
That's true.
Their official name. And
I am not aware of this video.
Easily this game's most identifiable.
I did not know that
because
King in video
most people
existed.
give up before completing the first screen or two. It's a pretty funny moment if you're not expecting it, as it's a subversion of expectations, something that happens constantly throughout this game. You always know that the game is gonna kill you in some way, but the way it plans to do that is never predictable. Unpredictability is typically seen as a nuisance in the context of game design, but in the context of comedy, it's like how to make a joke 101, right? Which is an interesting contrast. It's like this game is operating on some Tom and Jerry rules. The game's favorite running gag is something that shouldn't usually kill you ends up killing you, and it uses this joke a lot, but it never gets old, at least not to me personally. I'm not gonna over-explain why this joke in particular is funny, but just know that above all else,
Sneed's
I Want to Be
Feed
the
and
Guy
Seed.
is a comedy-driven game, which is an aspect of the game that not many people talk about since they misinterprets the game's jokes to be mean-spirited. Honestly, that aspect of the game is the part that feels the most indicative of internet culture, where people make simple jokes or sarcasm, and people assume they're doing it out of genuine malice. Back then, people would call it trolling, but I guess now people know it more.
What an
as
iconic
rage
tweet.
bait. Ugh, I fucking hate that word. It's so fucking annoying on the internet when you're being sarcastic and people take you at face value. Like, as if you really think it should be illegal to break into nursing homes and fart on old people's head until they throw up / go to heaven. And then someone else in replies informs them that they're just joking, but they just can't take the L and move on with their day. No, no, no. They always have some fucking get out of jail free card ass reply that pins the blame on you, the person who made the joke. They always say some shit like, "You might just not be that funny, little bro," or "If it's a joke, why am I not laughing?" I don't know, maybe it's because you guys are fucking stupid. From where I see it, that's the conflict I Want to Be the Guy found itself facing from the internet as a whole, at least back in the day. People saw its quirky little slapstick jokes and reacted as if KN had just bombed Iraq. And, you know, this was 2007, so people were kind of sick of that shit. Which is really sad.
Nice
because
dodge. I haven't
the way
seen that in a
these
while.
jokes are delivered make for a really engaging gameplay loop to me. You'll usually get hit by it and die instantly, since the game doesn't have any health mechanics. You respawn on the exact frame you press R, and you're instantly allowed to get back into the gameplay within a fraction of a second since you die. Now that you know the joke is there, you can spend the next couple of attempts getting that obstacle down. Unless you're playing on very hard or impossible, which you obviously shouldn't be doing if it's your first time playing, checkpoints are plentiful enough that it should never really piss you off too much. Unless you're like a YouTuber and you have to play up your anger for views.
True.
A lot of other rage games seem to follow the getting over it with Bennett Foddy approach, where you lose massive amounts of progress for making a mistake, and then you gotta go climb up the big thing again. And then the British narrator guy rubs salt in the wound by patronizing you. Or,
Australian, I guess. Yeah, that kind of tracks. Objectively speaking, it's not really a bad way of doing it, but for me specifically, it makes me a lot more frustrated and less willing to finish to the end. I always saw it as I want to be the guy being really hard and fucking hating the player, but still respecting them. The game is definitely difficult, but no part of it even feels close to impossible, and the game is delicately crafted so that, just like the protagonist and his great big smile, the player is never discouraged from overcoming even the toughest of challenges the game has in store for them. I want to be the guy who will punch you in the face out of nowhere and laugh, but then it'll help you back up and dust the dirt off of you, before punching you in the face again, but this time you'll dodge it. I think another one of the main reasons why this game clicks so well with me, while the other games in the dude this is so hard genre didn't as well, is that the kids' controls are as simple and efficient as possible. In maybe not all, but a good chunk of Rage games, challenge comes from the controls intentionally being obtuse. And it's a completely valid way to create difficulty, but for me personally, I have more fun when I have complete control of my character in these types of things. Because whenever I die to something stupid and I want to be the guy,
You know, I
know
figure I don't
exactly
really
how to get around it in the next
fuck with
go-around.
video
The
essays
kid can
much.
walk around at a fixed speed and has no acceleration whatsoever. He's not
well.
particularly fast, and he's not particularly slow either. He moves around horizontally at the exact same speed.
Well,
whether
once
he's on
I'm
the
sure
ground
once
or
we
in
get
midair.
past this like
There are no
over-explaining I want to be the
dumbass
guy
moments to
segment,
speak
like
of
we'll
since he
be
dies
fine
in one
surely.
hit to everything. His moveset consists of running, jumping, double jumping, and shooting. Now, the shooting
Surely.
mechanics are probably the one part of this game that honestly drags it down a bit. The way shooting bullets in this game works is that you press the Z button once and you shoot a bullet. There's no limit to how fast you can shoot, but there can only be 4 bullets on screen at a time. Since the bullets are destroyed on impact with an enemy, object, or wall, you can shoot literally as fast as you can press the Z button if you're close enough to the enemy. Now, the game is actually designed and balanced around the fact that you're able to shoot this fast, and that's kind of my issue. In order to have a chance at beating certain parts of the game, you need to obliterate your Z key and also your fucking wrists. A couple of bosses took me multiple sittings to beat because my hands were hurting so badly from mashing so hard for so long. It's something you probably get used to if you play a lot of I Wanna Be the Guy, since there are people who speedrun the game. Which, like, Jesus Christ, mashing for that hard makes me start to feel like Tetsuo. Maybe I'm just like soy or something, I don't know. I guess I could install an auto clicker, but like, man, I already
some of the best
played
mashers.
the game on medium. Downloading an external
The
tool
best
to make
mashers
the
are
game
cracked.
even easier than that.
Like, I'm good at mashing with 2 fingers,
At
but
that point,
like,
I might as well
it's not
have
even
someone
close to some of
fuck
the best
my wife for me,
mashers.
too. In contrast, the kid's double jump, which makes a really satisfying noise, by the way, is possibly
Like, I feel
one
like the
of
top
most
Boshi
versatile
mashers are
and
like
elegant
mashing as fast
implementations
as
of the
me on
classic
2
move.
fingers
Which
with
is
1
kind of a
finger.
crazy thing to say, isn't it? The double jump is one of the oldest and most iconic moves in gaming, dating back to Dragon Buster, apparently. And it feels like maybe not every, but a lot of platformers have some variation on the move. And a lot of them don't use it in a very interesting way. Most of them are exclusively used not so much as 2 separate jumps, but rather as like a bigger jump, or a way for people who fucked up a platforming segment to course correct themselves. Like, if you're gonna give me a double jump, you should have some platforming challenges that necessitate me to use the jump at some point in midair, rather than something that could easily be solved if the single jump was literally just higher. Games like, I don't know, Battle for Bikini Bottom, or the more modern Sonic games have double jumps, and they just kind of feel pointless.
Do
It's
they?
like the games weren't even designed around having the move available, and they
Oh
were at some
no!
point just
I mean, I
like,
haven't played the modern Sonic games. They have a
accidentally made
double
the game too
jump?
hard, gotta make it easier for the kids. It's
Oh,
not really the
gross.
end of the world, obviously. I don't think every game needs to use it in a creative way, but it's clear a lot of these games don't view it as much of a mobility option, and some games can easily have the double jump replaced with just a higher jump. I Wanna Be the Guy, precision platformer that it is, clearly has no motive to make the game easier. It would kind of be antithetical to the game's whole identity. As a result, you get some really interesting platforming bits that do some genuinely very creative things with the double jump. Let's look at this screen, which is the second screen in the game if you take the upper path at the start. If you fall, you land on a cloud. Jump in the crowd, spark your lighters, wave them around. If you don't know by now, I'm talking about Chi-Town. And then you jump to the next cloud, which falls if you stand on it too long. And then you get to the third cloud, which goes up into these spikes if you stand on it. Now, the way you're usually supposed to get around this is by jumping onto the cloud to refresh your double jump, and then immediately dropping down, waiting until you're level with the final cloud, and then riding it up to the checkpoint. The sequence is already getting more out of the double jump than some entire platformers, but what's cool is that there's a second, quicker way to do it if you're really, really good at the game. You just gotta go to the right and then narrowly dodge these spikes. No, hold on. It's definitely possible. No, wait. No, hold on.
It probably is possible.
It's definitely possible.
It probably is possible.
Oh! You go the long way and ride up the platform, and most likely immediately die to this spike, which you have absolutely no time to react to. Yeah, definitely a bullshit death, but once you're dead, you get to look at the layout of the stage. Now you know you're supposed to ride the slow-moving platform through the spikes, which, easier said than done. When you get to the top of the spikes, you're rewarded with a thunderbolt shooting down from the cloud, possibly killing
Thank you for letting us know
it,
that you did
and
use
then
that
you ride
clip
the
6
moving
minutes ago.
platform over to the
I was
other
going to point
side.
it out.
Watch out for the star. Done. Anyways, a screen or two later, and we finally arrive at our first boss fight.
Big man.
I may be spastic, but I'm not made of plastic. I'm a vicious fighter, but my feelings are elastic. So I'm not slapstick, I'm majestic. Fucking fantastic. When I grab a
I was gonna say, like, they should make another Punch-Out game, but I forgot they are making another Punch-Out game. Or, like, Felt Punch-Out game or whatever.
I just have a wit that is cryptic.
Yep, Mike Tyson is the game's first boss. What's the joke I can make about Mike Tyson? He's got a lisp, that's kind of funny. He lost that match to Ron Paul. But making jokes is kind of hard.
Ron Paul?
I'm sorry, guys. I'll go back to make an iceberg video. With Mike Tyson being the first boss, it's easy to imagine that the game blew its load prematurely. Like, not only are they, right out of the gate, referencing the best NES game ever. No, it's not close.
I'm sorry.
But also,
DSP will
Mike
always be
Tyson
funny.
is infamous for being one of the hardest video game bosses of all time. So you'd expect this to be a late game boss, but no, he's the first one. He's also kind of easy. He slowly moves towards you while trying to punch you. After 3 punches, he's vulnerable, and you can shoot him a few times, which knocks him out. But in Punch-Out fashion, he gets back up. Every time he gets back up, his movement speed increases, but he never becomes quick enough to where it's really an issue. Sure, he punches the ground out from under you, but he never punches these upper parts to the left and right. You can beat this entire boss fight by camping on the edge of the screen and running to the other side of the screen. Like, the fucking screen with the delicious fruit was more difficult than this shit. I don't think Mike Tyson being as easy as he is really hurts the game, since there are other bosses later on that are definitely hard enough, and it's a pretty memorable moment that's a fun spin on a classic boss fight. Plus, it might actually be kind of difficult, and I'm just being a dick right now. You go to the left of the screen, and you get to gaze at the moon before jumping off and falling back to Earth like a meteor. Be careful, though, because if you're playing the original version and not the remaster, grabbing this red sphere thing doesn't actually save your game. Instead, you have to go back to the screen before Mike Tyson and then save your game. But that might not even end up saving your game, and it's possible that after you inevitably fall to your death out of the sky, you have to redo the boss fight, which is kind of a pain in the dick. Saving in the original version of this game was prone to bugs like this, and also the game would just randomly
What is it? I've
crash
never encountered
or
save
even break
bugs.
your save file, and I think it definitely dragged the game down for a lot of people. Early
Crashed
into the
a lot,
game's
but I
lifespan,
don't remember
the way to
saving
fix
not
it would
working.
literally be sending your save file to Kayan over email so he could fix it back up like he's a school nurse or some shit. They made it in Click Team Multimedia Fusion 2, which I don't personally know much about, but if you look on the FAQ section of the website, he's basically on his hands and knees begging you not to use it. When looking on the website, they put examples of games that have been made in the program, like Petrie 1977 and Splotches. Right. A lot of indie games I've heard of have used it before, actually. Freedom Planet 1, Spark the Electric Jester 1, the first AVGN Adventures, pretty much every game made by Nifless, and, of course, Five Nights at Freddy's. All those games are either really simple or low-key feel like they're going to tear apart at the seams, though. I also imagine most of them use the more updated and current Click Team Fusion 2.5, since almost all of the games I listed came out in the 2010s. But poor Kayan made their game in 2007 and was stuck with Fusion 2. I'm not really sure whether the issues with this game are a result of the engine, or just Kayan generally being an inexperienced programmer at the time, but
Totally both.
I'd imagine it's a healthy mix of both. Thankfully, though, there is a remastered version of the game released by Cherry Treehouse in 2020. Developed in GameMaker 8.2, this version fixes all the bugs and crashes, and also updates the physics to be a lot more consistent with modern-day fan games. And for those wondering, don't worry, I'll get to the fan games later on. The remaster also includes stuff like controller support and the ability to remap keyboard controls. Yeah, the original I Want to Be the Guy forced you to use Z for shooting and fucking shift for jump. Oh, what, you don't want sticky keys on
No,
in
it
3
didn't.
seconds?
You could...
They wanted to play a hard game. The remaster
Wait, no,
also
I'm thinking of
includes
Bashi, aren't I?
unlockable content, and there's this little border that makes the game look like it's running on Windows XP no matter what dumbass OS you're playing it on. I think it's cute. Remastered is certainly the definitive way to play
Wasn't
the game
there a way to
nowadays,
change
and
your
Kane
keys in the
specifically
original?
says so
I
on
might
the
be
official
wrong.
I Want to Be the Guy website that you should only be playing the original if you're like a historian or a speedrunner. I actually pulled up the original version of the game and played up to Mike Tyson for this video, and the physics definitely feel weird,
Okay.
though it might just be because
I'm not
used to the
tweaking.
remastered version. After getting so used to it, the original
That's probably not the
just
same thing
feels
as in
like the
Bashi.
kid is
Bashi is
way
like
too bad at
Control
saying
Y
things,
or
but
some
for people
stupid
playing
shit.
for the first time, I'm sure it's not that bad. It also
Hello,
just
Skull
fucking
Dude.
crashed when I tried skipping the cutscene, so that's cool.
Hey guys, check this out. Skulldude's over here. There he is.
Yeah, maybe this game does suck. Continuing on with the game, and what the fuck? This moon falling out of the sky bit is one of the most iconic bits in the game, and the second most iconic moon falling out of the sky scene in gaming. I think. When the moon tries to fall on you, you gotta bait it out and dodge it. Which is fine, since baiting stuff
Wait,
out
is there
to
a
try and
moonfall
follow
video
you
game?
and then dodging it is kind of what we've been doing this whole game.
I mean, there's
However,
Prey
the moon
Moonfall.
subverts your expectations by pursuing you even after it's landed on the ground. On the FAQ on the website, Kayan says that at its heart, I Want to Be the Guy is a humor-driven game about subversion. Predicting a player's
What the
actions
fuck?
perfectly as to maximize surprise and humor/frustration is a way a game can have good level design. Kayan knows their fucking shit when it comes to player psychology. He knew that you were just gonna dodge out of the way when you saw that the moon falls out of the sky.
That's true. This
just
is a
like all the
video
other
on
shit you had
YouTube,
to dodge.
and the fact that I
He
scrolled
also
onto your
knew that you were
comment
going to go to the
would
left
make you
because
part of the
there's not
video.
really anywhere
And
else
also,
to go.
now you're
It's
commenting,
not a
and the
crazy
comment is in the
impressive mid-level
video,
design,
so
but
you're in the
I think
video.
it's clever. I don't know. All you gotta
That
do
was
is
the
go to
worst
left,
snap.
jump over the
Oh
moon,
my
and wait in this
God.
hole for it to fall on top of you again, which you find out through trial and error.
That was embarrassing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everyone.
Now it's on to a section based on the infamously difficult NES game Ghosts and Goblins, which, if I didn't say it was a Ghosts and Goblins section, you probably wouldn't have known. I only know it's supposed to be that because of the music and the enemies, but visually it
We got
kinda
Ghosts and
looks
Goblins
nothing
this
like
year
the
at Fan Game Marathon.
I
Be
guess
there,
this is
or
probably
B
a
Square.
good excuse to talk about the
Or
game's
B-
visual aesthetics, since I don't think I've given my opinions on them yet.
I can't think of a good G word.
I mean, I won't say it's pretty. Kayan was very clearly either an inexperienced artist, or they just didn't feel like putting effort into the visuals, and the stuff that's made by him doesn't look amazing. But I think there's a certain charm to how shitty everything looks. When people talk about visuals in indie games, they usually do the whole thing of like, oh, this game is inspiring because even people without the greatest skill in visual art can make something that resonates with people. Which is a good message, but they're always talking about, like, Undertale or Pizza Tower or something. In Undertale's case, I can kind of see where they're coming from, but I think it's a little reductive to say that the entire game looks terrible since there's genuinely good-looking areas. But if you're saying that for Pizza Tower, you probably just have no concept of how animation works.
That's
As
true.
opposed to those, I Want to
Well,
Be
I've
the
never
Guy
heard
is
that
a
about Pizza Tower.
genuinely bad-looking
People really
game
say that
from, like,
shit.
an objective standpoint, but I actually really do like its use of stolen assets. It kind of makes up like this visual plunder phonics thing. I don't know if this criticism of the game is still common, but people really don't like the fact that a lot of its sprites is taken from other games.
I don't think
which is
any
kinda weird to
criticism
me.
of the game would
Some
be
people think
common
it's lazy, and I've even seen
because
people act like
it's like a
lazy.
2007
Like, do we
game, so
really give a fuck about copyright law? Get behind me, Capcom. I'll protect you from
Damn.
the evil solo indie devs stealing the fucking birds.
I guess I don't know people like that.
Looking around the FAQ page of the website again, there's a whole section dedicated to intellectual property, and Kayan is based as fuck when it comes to this stuff. When asked if he feels justified taking all these assets, he says, oh heck yeah, IP law gives corporations a monopoly over our culture in a way where they want to dominate our lives while giving the bare minimum
What's
back.
the deal with
We
Anton
can look
Blast?
at
Because I
culture, we
feel
can pay for culture,
the
we
only
can
thing that
consume
really
culture,
stuck in my
but we're
brain
not
about
allowed to
Anton
engage with it.
Blast
We don't
was that
own
I
our
was like
mass media
90%
experiences,
sure the
we're only
trailer
leasing them.
used Pizza
I think
Tower
that's crap
music, and I was
socially
like,
parasitic.
Making
the
derivative
deal with
works off
that?
the successful works that dominate our culture is taking back ownership of our own experiences. I am doing basically no tangible damage to any of these
Fair
companies
enough.
by doing any of this, while making something that a lot of people enjoyed, somehow. Below this, he also advocates for people to steal his shit
Man,
that he
Pizza
made
Tower
for
reminds
Guy.
me I should just play
Everything
Pizza
original to
Tower
this
one
game,
day.
including the kit's design and the
That's on the
entire
list,
source
I'll
code
get to
of the
it.
game, isn't public domain, but it's
There's
under
a lot of
license.
stuff on the
It
list.
basically says you can do whatever you want with it, unless you have a human resources department or something. He even allows people to put the kid in their crossover indie games, and they don't even have to ask him. Like, he literally wants to wake up one day and check Twitter or Blue Sky or something, and
Loop
find out
4,
someone
but I
added
finished
the
Trial
kid to
3.
their game without even asking. Which, he has actually shown up in various indie games over the year, like Super Meat Boy and Fraymakers. I don't even have much else to say
The
about
hell is
that. That's just
Fraymakers?
basic shit. Copyright law is fucking stupid, and I Want to Be the Guy should serve as a victory for anyone who agrees with that statement. The stolen assets do guarantee that I Want to
I've
Be
been
the
mostly
Guy
just
can never
playing,
be sold for money on any
the other
kind of
characters
game in
recently.
storefront, and will never be released on any console. But is it so crazy to say that it kind of makes it feel
Indie
more
platform
passionate and
fighter.
authentic of an experience rather than less? I don't
Sounds
really think
mildly
so.
interesting. Oh.
When your game is created in such a way that you physically couldn't release it for money without some form of legal trouble, I'd argue you've captured the game-making experience as well as just the act of creating art in its purest form. Just doing it for the love of making something. But, you know, I'm a dumbass YouTuber. I wouldn't know anything about that.
How have I never heard
by
of
the
this?
way, my Patreon's in the description, so go check that out if you're... This area is probably the biggest difficulty spike in the game, besides the final boss. There's these spikes here that move up and down, which I can never time correctly, and then when you get past them, these fucked up birds throw you all over the place.
Yeah, your Trial
also
3
these
is way better
arms
than
that
my
fight
Trial
trees that
3. I
always
took like
manage to
8
get
hits
me.
or something.
I also fucking hate these zombies, since this is the first real test
And
of your
also,
ability to match
it was
the
like 2
key
minutes
really
slower.
quickly.
How the
Here,
fuck
listen
did you
to
do it
this.
that fast? Well, I guess I did probably spend 2 minutes on that last puzzle that I eventually didn't solve.
Yeah. Ow. This moving platform section is pretty cool, though. There's a bunch of shit fired off at you, and you gotta jump on and off the platform to dodge all of it. It always makes me feel really cool whenever I pull it off.
Listen, this guy's talking about I want to be the guy. I gotta piss. I'll be right back. Honestly, he's probably not gonna say anything important.
See, the solid ground here just moving out of the way is a bit that literally only happens one time in the entire game, so I struggle to see myself getting mad at it. You only ever get hit with it once, since it's very easy to avoid once you're prepared for it. If you're getting mad at the moving cliff and I want to be the guy, grow up. After the next screen, I can officially say I've had my fill of playing Ghosts and Goblins for the rest of my life. The moon crashes down again and we fall downwards into our next boss. So, based on the first boss being Mike Tyson, you'd expect every boss in this game to follow the formula of infamously hard boss from a retro game recontextualized in a different game's engine. The second boss is not that.
Yep. You know, I did Overlord, which was fun because I found Excalibur, and then the rest of the run was easy.
Mecha.
I did Scully, which
so
was
right off the bat, I understood the game
probably like it's really
Ikaruga
interesting, but also I would
opening
never
cutscene
want to play as
music,
Scully again.
which, If you
Probably.
haven't heard of it, it's a really badass shmup made by Treasure, the same guys that made a whole slew of underrated gems like Gunstar Heroes, Mischief Makers, Sin and Punishment, and Dynamite Heady.
They made all that.
Damn.
I actually didn't know.
I could use some Dynamite Heady right now. You know, it's kind of funny that Nintendo got Treasure.
Right, they made Wario World.
Like, it doesn't really seem like the kind of game they'd make independently, does it?
They made Wario World. I forgot.
Crack. Saw that there was a company called Treasure, and was like, dude, we need to get them to make a fucking Wario game because Wario's.
I mean,
fucking
Wario World is
evil and he
crazy
likes
as hell,
fucking
but
Treasure. He's so crazy. What a guy.
Lying is also an art. No one is more cunning than I am. Have a bad day.
Referencing a game like Ikaruga
Fuck
might
was
not
that?
seem that random nowadays. I Want to Be the Guy is, at least from the surface, a game dedicated to old.
I don't know.
retro
People
games.
probably don't think about
Ikaruga's pretty
Ikaruga
old, right?
nowadays, right?
I mean, that shit first came out in arcades in like 2001.
It's a bootleg?
also
Okay,
in
thank God.
2002, which means this game is roughly as old as I am. However, you have to remember that I Want to Be the Guy came out in 2007.
That means Ikaruga was only 6 years old at the time. I Want to Be the Guy.
Okay, I guess that's.
It's about as retro of
I don't watch much Donkey, but
Deltarune Chapter 3 referencing Deltarune Chapter 1. Or Death Stranding 2 referencing Death Stranding 1. This, combined with the file select, first area music, and game over theme, all randomly being from the even more recent at the time Guilty Gear Isuka, shows that Kain was just kind of throwing random shit he liked into the game. Which is genuinely the way to go for something like this, honestly.
It's a very endearing
quality of the game. I'd say it doesn't fit, but I genuinely can't imagine the game without Daisuke Ishiwatari shredding on a guitar every time I die. And Home Sweet Grave is no longer a Guilty Gear song at this point. It's an I Wanna Be the Guy song. Kain might as well have composed
Phantom's
that
Edge. I've not seen
Kane's
Phantom's
Twitter,
Edge.
there was
Honestly, the thing is, even though I don't
for
like some of the weapons, I want to keep every single weapon on, so I can play with all the unique weapons.
With a secret boss fight against Soul
I think the only thing I
Bad
might
Guy,
actually
which
turn
sounds
off is like
awesome. I'm sad it didn't
Thunderhead.
make it to the
I
final game.
don't fuck with
Later
that.
fan games would have areas that are far more coherent references and theming, but I really like the general haphazardness and self-indulgence of Guy. Sure, it's broadly supposed to reference retro games, but the game doesn't really take itself
You mean
too
Swarmer
seriously.
Pack?
It's like when you're driving someone home and
I like the Swarmers.
you're pretending it's because you're
And
just
Spear,
a nice
actually,
guy,
Spear's probably
but
my
really
favorite
your
weapon.
primary motive is to subject them to your music taste.
I don't know,
Sure,
Drill
I'll
might
go
beat it.
40
Drill might
minutes
beat
out of my way
Spear,
to
but
drag
Spear I
you
think is
home,
really good.
But in exchange, I'm gonna make you listen to Plus Tech Squeezebox and Fishmans.
And people also tell me I should play Zero Ranger, but
Dude, it sounds like he's pooping. Mecha Birdo is a pretty easy fight.
I don't know how I'll get to it one day.
Shoots missile eggs at you.
I'm not
You have
big
to
on,
jump
like,
across the missiles,
just
similar
shoot 'em
to
ups
that
in
one
general.
fight in Contra 3. First, you gotta shoot this like Tails doll antenna it has. Then you gotta shoot its eyeballs, and for the third phase, you kind of just have to survive. Not much mashing required, and every obstacle seems pretty avoidable on your first try if you're paying attention. These shy guys come up and push the kid around, but they're not nearly as ridiculous as the fucker birds from Ghosts and Goblins. They push you around less, and when they spawn in, they ride up the right side of the screen before slowly flying towards you. It's a very shmup-esque
It's
way
video
of
time.
telegraphing that an enemy is
Blue
coming towards
that
you.
rings
I wouldn't
a
be surprised
bell.
if Can designed the whole
Hey,
fight,
Steam, what's
and then
Blue
realized
Revolver?
that
What's up,
everything is
Becca?
basically a reference to shmups, so he threw some Ikaruga music on there as the cherry on top.
Blue Revolver.
Shmup, 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 shmup.
Manic
Shmuppy,
arcade
shmup.
style shoot 'em up
That's
for
such a
newcomers and
delightful word. Mecha
psychos.
Birdo not lasting very long is a fight I'd probably rank in the top 3 of the entire game, which for a game with 8 boss fights isn't half bad. It's actually half good. And Mecha Birdo goes down. The next couple of screens being some pretty nice.
This looks
precision platforming,
surprisingly
dodging,
slow
weaving
paced.
through spikes and these flying turret things that are probably from Bionic Commando or Ninja Gaiden or some shit. I don't know. The music was what I initially thought to be Mega Man music, but on a closer listen, I realized that the music for this area isn't as energetic and doesn't really sound nearly good enough to be from any Mega Man game. This room's pretty funny, the spinning fan room. So you walk to the right and the fan blows you up into the spikes. Yeah, that makes sense.
Maybe one of those
what you
days
gotta do
I'll
is go up
hop
here,
into the
narrowly
shmup
dodging the
scene,
spikes
but
and shoot the off switch. You get back down.
I don't know. There's
spikes
hundreds
again,
of
and
games
then-
out there that I feel interested in.
Is that Ryu?
That is Ryu.
Wait, what?
Hey man, you can't be mad. The game already warned you. So what you actually have to do is go up the spikes, hit the switch, go back down the spikes, bait Ryu out, go back up the spikes, hit the switch again.
Hey, guy
Ryu
was just
flies
straight
through
up
the
asking a
ceiling,
question.
Then climb back down the spikes, and then follow him into the new area. Unfortunately, it's literally impossible to know whether KN was satirizing games that make you do the same thing over and over again, or if they thought it was
I
genuinely
like
good
the
game
phase
design
of
that
like
should be in
post
every
anger
game.
where you're
This
just
is
like
because of
you're just
Poe's
questioning
Law.
everything.
Castlevania. Love me some Castlevania. One of my favorite NES games, even though I still don't like it as much
I've
as
definitely
Mario.
been
I
there
Wanna Be
before.
The Guy opts to use Symphony of the Night assets, which is another game that, again, is considered retro
Alright,
nowadays,
good luck with your
but
one trial 5
2007
attempt.
is as old as Undertale and Metal Gear Solid 5 are today. Why can I only think in terms of Toby Fox and Kojima?
For what it's worth, I
This section
did.
is pretty cool. Some
I
fun
think
platforming.
Loop 3 I did on
Witch
hard
from,
mode, and I did get like the one Loop
Castlevania
3
shows
boss.
Up, but my favorite part has to be the Medusa heads. They turn you to
So I
stone
got
when you
that
get hit
down
by
for
one of
Trial
them, which
4.
in rare cases you can actually survive, provided it doesn't launch you at some silly angle. They're also a lot less obnoxious to deal with here than they are in Castlevania, mainly because you're playing.
I got a whole lot of
kid,
Star Providence
and
to
not
play still.
Simon fucking
Game's
walking through
fun.
the school hallways trying to hide his boner Belmont. After a few fun screens of solid platforming, we're met with yet another boss.
Big man. I do gotta play all the Castlevania games on stream at some point too. I have all. I got the Castlevania collections, like literally all of them. I just gotta go through them at some point.
You steal men's souls
After Mega Man. And I'm not touching Mega Man again until I release the Blind Adventure game from last year. Out of the 4th boss. No. Yeah, literally all the portable Vanias, like, go hard, as far as I know.
It's such a stupid and obvious joke.
I'll start with the original series, though.
It just works
1 through
so
4, and
I also really like
Dracula X in there, too.
Because, you know, it sounds really stupid. Apparently,
I've actually played half of Symphony of the Night, I just don't remember any of it.
The I Want to Be the Guy fan games wiki lists
Oh, Nightmare's fine. Yeah, okay, you were definitely sloppy.
Public knowledge.
Nightmare's totally fine.
Beat Paul's ass so hard in Guilty Gear X2 that he quit the game.
Although again, you said Trial 5 was Loop 7 hard.
Fuck with Paul and make him
okay, you'll get a break. You get a break.
Warrant Kane bullying him so hard, but I'm just gonna assume he deserved it because I like his game. Also, they seem to still be friends, which is nice. The Dracula fight is pretty fun. It's thankfully not literally just Dracula from Castlevania 1 or Symphony of the Night or
yeah, I feel like I know more about
whatever game this is supposed to be referencing.
Well, I've heard better things about the GBA and DS ones than Symphony of the Night, honestly.
Attack, which are now the flaming delicious fruit, but he's also got some new stuff up his sleeve. There's this big moon attack which you have to either run under.
I'll get to them though. Mega Man first,
Sometimes
which I'm nearly done
this
with, but
wavy blue ball attack. Sometimes he does this heat-seeking.
Yeah, I don't know.
Flame thing.
It's just stuff like Portrait of Ruin. I feel like I've heard more about than Symphony of the Night for me.
Now, in the original game, I'm pretty sure these steps here aren't interactable, but in this game, you kind of have to.
I haven't played any of them.
Just like every other time you fight him in the Castlevania games, Dracula's hurtbox is his face and his big.
I don't know. I guess I grew up mostly on like a DS, so the DS games I'm like very aware of.
Too small to jump high
I'm gonna
enough to shoot him in
sneeze. I
his
feel it
face,
coming.
So you have to camp the center of the screen in order to have a chance of hitting him. However, that's also where you're most vulnerable to attacks. It's really smart and prevents some shit like Mike Tyson, where you kind of just camp the left or right and then run back and forth to the other side. Halfway through the fight, Dracula summons these purple clumps of screaming heads that slowly move towards
it's an
you.
iconic
On either
series.
side of the screen, and your only
Isn't
method of
Bloodstained
dealing with
getting
them is by pushing the backside
a
of
new
your shooting
game
them.
too as
It
well?
adds a lot of depth to the fight since
That's
you've
probably worth
constantly
checking
gotta
out.
be locked in and making quick decisions on whether you should be shooting at Dracula or his soul clumps. But if you know anything about Rondo of Blood or the opening to Symphony of the Night, you'll know that this is only his first phase.
I mean, you can tell that they've got to be like pretty impressive games because they came out like a full 10 or 20 years, I guess 10, a full 10 years after Metroid really started the genre, and nowadays we call them Metroidvanias.
We find ourselves in front of a locked gate. To enter the palace of the guy, we must
like to come out like a
units,
full
as in we need
decade
to beat
after
6
Metroid
bosses.
established the
Well, we've only
genre
done
and
3,
slide
so we're
yourself
forced to
in
take
there
this
as like one of the
teleport
most
back to the beginning
iconic
of the game.
games.
I don't know what this is supposed to be.
Genre defining.
I always thought it was like the
I
kid's
think that's a
silhouette,
pretty
but it doesn't look like that
huge
at all.
accomplishment.
I think it's kind of interesting. I Want to Be the Guy is weirdly open-ended, almost like a Metroidvania, but without any upgrades. You really can tackle the bosses in any order you want, which keeps repeat playthroughs feeling fresh.
He's listening to me.
You know, if you're insane enough to do repeat playthroughs of a Rage game, like I am. Best course of action
I've done it.
is to let the spike wall come towards you and then
You can
walk
find me
into
on the
wall it came
scooter.com
from.
page for I
This
Want to Be
room
the
is
Guy.
kinda funny
It's
because
I'm
on
in
the
there.
first platforms, one spike
It's
comes
not a good
down,
time.
and on the second one, all 3 spikes come
It's,
down. On
I
the
think, a
third
decade
one,
old.
The spikes start shaking like they're about to come down, but they don't do anything, and the spikes rise up on the far left, and you have to wait for them before continuing. I don't know, I just think it's a fun bit. And then we're led to the Room of Divine Transportation, which allows us to teleport back to where we defeated the bosses. Neat. In the next room, we're met with there's this shy guy shooting bullet bills at you, and the goal is to get into that pit down there. That sounds fucking easy.
Okay, so he's probably gonna start talking about things I care about at like the hour and a half mark, I guess.
Kill himself, basically. Wait, hold on a second.
I'm sorry, no disrespect to this guy, but I'm beyond like, I'm. Yeah, I'll say it. I'm above video essays that just like talk for an hour and a half about the entire game.
Oh god damn it, they're called snippets.
Wait, holy shit, Mario Party Advance? Right there. What a base game. I strongly... People don't know about Mario Party Advance. People should know about Mario Party Advance. Shut up.
Fuck me.
What's up, Seth? Yeah, no, listen, we're just talking shit.
Apologize to you guys. That was
We're just talking shit until he talks about the community. That's the bit that's interesting.
How it's a snippet, and also that like the ones in the Mechaberto fight are actually fly guys.
We're just talking shit right now.
I'm
After that,
we get
we'll
sniffed and
we'll start
kill
listening
ourselves,
after
we're allowed
that.
to fall into one of the best rooms in the game, the Tetris room. When you land there, someone's playing Tetris.
Would've been
Your
better
goal
if it was
is to jump on
Puyo.
the Tetris blocks at the right time so you can get up to the top there and continue on to the next room. However, it's really easy to get crushed by the blocks, and if you take too long, a giant Dr. Mario pill comes from the sky and kills you. Just like the game, you know,
I wish I
Tetris,
was good
it's
at
a puzzle
Puyo,
to
man.
get through this
Puyo was
one,
like
and it's a
really
pretty
interesting
fun
to
one.
me.
The music playing isn't the Tetris theme you're probably thinking of, which initially I thought was Kayan being on some hipster shit. Like, everyone uses Type A, so he'll use Type C. To my surprise,
I love
this is
Puyo
Type A
gameplay.
just on the NES. Yeah, the NES version.
Tetris just
of
isn't for
Tetris
me.
doesn't
I like
use the song
I've
inside the Game
gotten
Boy
like
version.
decently good at
Am I
Tetris,
crazy
and I'm
for
just
not
like,
knowing this? I feel like this should be like
whatever.
like common knowledge, like something people bring up every chance they get.
But
I've
building
never
a
heard of
chain
before. Oh well. I
just
guess that's
sounds
what I
like
get for being
that
dumb
sounds like
for
so much
9/11.
fun.
Next we get a Kirby area, but this one is even looser than the Ghosts and Goblins area since it literally
Okay,
just
that's
has green
probably
beans
fair.
playing and that's it. I wonder if it's not even meant to be a Kirby area since the first area obviously
With
isn't
Panel
a
de Pon
Guilty
and
Gear Isekai area.
Pokemon Puzzle
It's here
League.
we're introduced to the
Isn't
new
Pokemon
mechanic,
Puzzle
wall
League
climbing.
on the
And,
Switch Virtual Console?
Yeah, remember how I was dick riding the controls of this
I
game
could
a
fuck
bit
with
ago? That
Oh,
that
fuck
doesn't
yeah.
apply here. This shit fucking sucks. It's super
Look,
janky,
I
and it's
am
really
completely
awkward to jump
honest
off of
about this.
lines while
I
still
want
retaining
a
your
Switch
double
2.
jump. I don't even know if you're
Not
supposed
for
to be able
any
to
of
do
the
that.
games that are
And
coming
I
out on
always
it.
end up fucking with
Literally
seconds
just for the
whenever I
virtual
do it,
consoles.
because once you jump off, you're immediately going straight up, which is time you could have spent moving towards
I literally
where you're
have
trying to
absolutely
go.
zero
So the
interest
idea
in
would be to
Donkey
hold
Kong.
away from the wall and
Mario Kart
jump,
World is
right?
fine, but
Except
it's
holding
Mario
away from
Kart.
the wall just makes you fall off of it without jumping. So fucking forget it. For the next couple
No,
of
not
screens,
Panel
we're
de
chased
Pon,
by this
Pokemon
moving
Puzzle League, I
spike
mean.
wall on wheels, which is a really fun set.
That would be on the
piece.
Nintendo
You usually
64
just go
library,
above
right?
it, but it knocks fruit off of trees that will fly.
They're
towards
both
it.
on there?
Suddenly they
Dude.
need permission, I guess.
Base.
It then led to a cave system, which is a couple screens of wall jump platforming.
Yeah, like
which is
literally the number one
alright,
reason I
because
want
I
a
like
Switch
these
2
spikes
is because I
here
just want to
when
play
you get
Soul
close,
Calibur
they're
2
revealed
again.
to be the spike monster, which always stays under you.
I
There wasn't
played
any
a
reason to
lot
make
of that when
spike
I was
monster.
younger.
The whole ground could have just been spikes, and the exact same effect would be accomplished.
That's
But,
literally the
you know, that would
only
be
Soul
less
Calibur game
funny,
I've ever
which
played.
is very
But I played a
important
lot
to
of
me.
it.
Continuing on, we're met with the next boss.
Kraid Geef the Goat. I don't know, I should go. I gotta go out at some point.
Yeah, that's crazy.
True.
bitch.
I mean,
I
I
couldn't
know
find
I've
anything for
heard
where
that
he got the
F-Zero
idea
GX
for
is
this boss
insanely
from.
hard.
I'm guessing he just
I want to
wanted
play
a
it though.
fighting game boss of some kind since he's a big fighting game guy, and also wanted to put Kraid in the game, but couldn't find space for both of them, so he just combined them. Also, Kraid Geef is the only I Want to Be the Guy character who is canonically
That's
gay.
a Fuego speedrun.
Unless you count
I
Mecha I guess.
I
This
still
fight is
think
pretty
like
much
if I have to think of
walks
like
back and forth,
a
opens
single
his mouth
GDQ
occasionally to shoot
speedrun,
him, and attacks these platforms. He's on a timer.
I
When
think
that
the
timer is up,
F-Zero
he does his
GX
lariat,
run
which
on
breaks
very
the
hard
ceiling and
mode
makes the
by
fight a bit
Yoshi
harder
Fan
because now he's
would be
standing
like
up.
one of the
Once you get
first
past
5
a
I
certain
think
amount
of
health,
probably.
He breaks the platforms and starts shooting blanks at you.
That's
you jump
iconic.
on them, allowing you to reach his face and complete the boss. But here's the thing. Kraid Geef is bugged. If you're a quick enough masher, you can shoot him fast enough that he skips the lariat and goes right to his third phase, the Blanca move. It usually shoots below him,
Kraid
but
Geef
thanks
is the
to
most
exploit,
bugged
the
boss in the
platforms
whole
have high
game.
levels.
You can do so many
All you
different
gotta
things
do
to it.
after this point is spam Z, and Kraid Geef goes down with little to no effort.
That
And
one
it can kinda
Crash
drag the
Bandicoot
fight
run?
down a little bit, since this isn't super difficult to do.
I'm not aware of that
Both
one.
times I've played this
Talking
game,
about is
I've actually
iconic for
performed
sure.
the glitch without
I don't know
even
about the
knowing
Crash
about its
Bandicoot run.
existence. I've never beaten Kraid Geef legitimately. And
Okay,
it's a
for
bit
anything
difficult
with
to find
Worcester is
blind
fire.
playthroughs on YouTube that don't accidentally
Worcester
use
is
the glitch.
probably the most iconic
Looks like
OG
the
speedrunner if I have to
completionist
like
is honestly,
say
though,
one of
which,
them.
you know, at least he was honest about
Guy,
something.
you can tune into his stream now, and it's the same as it was like 15 years ago.
What the
That's
fuck is that thing? This is the Mega Man
unbelievable.
area featuring dumb bugs with a Z, which are, to my knowledge, the only standard enemies original to this game, besides the spike monsters. I
You don't
guess. The area is
meet
freaking
people like
badass.
that nowadays,
the
you know?
Wily music from Mega Man 2 was playing, but unfortunately we won't stay here long because we have to find a secret area that contains the next boss. You gotta fall
Like,
down
I
this
don't give a
corridor,
shit
you can
about
double
Pokemon.
jump
I am
and then you end up in this room with
I've
invisible
stopped
blocks.
liking Pokemon
This shit
games
is already
like
bad enough,
a
but after
decade
this, we're
ago.
led to the Metroid
At least.
area. Ugh. Listen, I like Metroid.
But holy
it's a
fuck,
cool
Worcester is
series,
just-
but this shit is
he's unbelievable.
ass. This area is pretty much exclusively the boss fight, which is Mother Brain. I
Don't diss
like
Mother Brain. Mother Brain is
I mean,
awesome.
I don't felt like fighting her. Basically, all you have to do is shoot these walls a bunch of times to let yourself
Really?
through, just like in the original
I
fight.
am
And
not
you gotta
aware of
dodge
this
these
GDQ
turrets
run
that
at
shoot
all.
projectiles
Wow.
at you, just like in the original fight. You gotta either dodge or shoot these spaghettios that spawn.
But
just
that
like in the
did
original
make
fight.
me think
and then
of,
you gotta break her glass and shoot at her, just like in
True,
the
true.
original fight.
You know, the original Metroid's
Yeah, this is
not
definitely
great.
I want to be the guy's least creative boss fight. Like, this is literally just
Saying
the fight
that
from Metroid
did
1
make me
with no
think of
differences. Except
the
I'm
Super
pretty
Mario
sure there weren't
Odyssey
as
run
many
with
spaghettios
scripted
in the original
commentary.
game. You're also
Oh,
playing as
Lord.
the kid, who's smaller and moves around more
It doesn't
fluidly,
get worse
but
than
he also
that.
doesn't have the screw attack, and he dies in one hit. Mother Brain is I want to be the guy at its worst. Not only is it a one-to-one recreation
Hold on,
of
let's
the source
judge this.
material,
Let's judge this.
Mother Brain is
Okay, Dracula high up I think is reasonable. I think this list is mostly no, Mecha Burrito's too high up. No, I don't think Mecha Burrito should be this high up. Mostly because the last phase is just a complete fuckfest. I think Mecha Burrito should be lower, Mother Brain should be higher, and I think the rest of it is fine.
I want to be the guy at its worst. Not only is it a one-to-one recreation of the source material, but good god does shooting these
Also, what's up,
fucking
Skaz?
doors destroy my wrists. It's easily the mashiest part of the game, which sucks because you also have to be dodging shit.
Yes! I love mashing, so you know, it is what it is. This is true. Yeah, I wouldn't... I mean, the Clown Trio is easily the worst boss in the game.
On top of all of that, you don't even get to listen to any cool music. If every boss in the game were like this, then I think people's criticisms of this game would be a lot more justified. And then there's this escape sequence.
I guess the
like
dragon.
from
You could maybe
Metroid,
put the dragon
it's
lower, but I think
fine.
Clown Trio
The
is
Metroid
just not
segment is
good.
over, and this game has safely secured itself as a true Metroidvania. Not because of its game design, but because it has Metroid and Castlevania in it. Now we're back to the area with the not quite Mega Man music, which is actually from Bionic Commando. The
Yeah,
level
I
itself
would
is
probably
called
put Clown
Gaia District
below
Tower,
Dragon,
which
but I think
I guess
putting
the guy
Dragon
has
pretty
a
low
big
is
power,
also
I don't know,
reasonable.
roll with it. Wow, look at those completely out of place paintings that don't fit with the color palette. I wonder if one of them is going to kill me or something. After this, we're met with this long-ass room that spans like 4 screens, consisting entirely of disappearing and reappearing blocks that you're supposed to jump on. An obvious reference to Heatman's stage from Mega Man 2. Except, again, you're controlling a character who feels more fluid than Mega Man, what with the double jump and all, but you don't have Rush Jet to skip the whole thing.
I don't know, Mega Man is like a pretty fluid guy. Like, classic Mega Man is like very responsive.
If I correct the script to say item number 2, do you think she'll answer my text? These platforms move faster as you continue, so unless you have really good reaction timing, it might take a few attempts to get down. A bit of memorization is involved.
Mega Man is
but
probably
I
the
still
most,
think this is
like,
a pretty fun bit of level design.
most
I don't even
responsive,
care that
like,
Kane
classic
stole
Mega
from
Man
Mega
character,
Man, 'cause
like,
doing it
original
here is more fun
video
than
game
doing it in
character
Mega
out
Man.
there.
Or at least I think it's more fun. I don't know. I just use item 2 to fly through everything. Wall jumping is back on the next screen, but this time it's these black and yellow striped walls instead of the vines. These are for doing proper wall jumps, and they're a little bit better than the vines because they always give you momentum whenever you hit jump when holding on to one. Look at that arc. They're still kind of janky.
These vines are
but I much
awesome.
prefer
People
when
should
the
use
game
these
wants
more
me to use
often.
these compared to the vines. You do some cute little wall jump tricks, and you end up back at Guy's Palace. And then you teleport back to the start. Again, I don't want any one of you to complain about backtracking, okay? I know you guys love your backtracking because every other indie game is a Metroidvania. Oh, sorry, they're search action platform adventure games. You know, if people don't like
What
the
is he
term
talking about?
Metroidvania, we should start calling them Hollow Knight likes instead.
People already do
or
that.
something even dumber like Shantae likes. I think that'd be really funny because people would get really mad. Nope, sorry. I'm here. I go rage baiting again. So yeah, you hop on over to the teleport room again, take the crate key
What is this
fork,
guy
and
talking
progress
about?
through the Mega Man area like you originally intended to. Past the Metroid area, which seems to have burned to the ground, rest in piss bozo. You're met with the
Yes,
quick
classic.
lasers from Mega Man 2. Jesus, dude, Mega Man 2, Mega
I
Man
mean,
2,
it's
Mega Man
that's
2.
fair.
I've really
Vines
forgotten
are
how much this game used to
vines
push
are
back in the
vines.
day. It was like an integral part of internet culture. Fucking, remember Airman Gatausenai? That shit was so awesome. Even though that guy fucking sucks at Mega Man.
I don't even think Airman is like a top 3 hardest enemy in his own stage. Dude was losing to Woodman. You cannot be losing to Woodman.
Hold on, no,
Just
Airman
pick
is
Metal
pretty
Man
fucking
first.
hard.
Even Brentalfloss knew that. Remember Oku Senmon? What I like about that one is that he's not even fucking singing
Like,
about Mega Man. He's just singing
I
about,
would
like,
say
growing up and
75% of the patterns that Airman throws at you are not dodgeable. Like, that's fair, dude. It's a fair thing to be mad about.
Like, he's not a very good singer, but you know that shit comes from the heart. According to the Wikipedia articles that both of these songs surprisingly have, they were both released in 2007, the same year as I Wanna Be the Guy, so I guess we can probably pinpoint 2007 as the year Mega Man 2 peaked in cultural relevancy. If that game was anything like Nico Nico Doga Users and I Wanna Be the Guy are making it up to be, it would probably be the best game of all time. I mean, I was convinced. It might just
Mega Man
be
5 is
because I was
better.
5 years old, but these fanworks come from an internet that was a lot less cynical. Sure, the 2000s era of the internet wasn't perfect. I know someone in the comments is going to bring up Encyclopedia Dramatica, as if I don't know what that is, but I feel like people are more likely
I don't know
to
what that
express
is.
themselves
I generally
without
don't know
some
what that
level
is.
of irony poisoning baked in. Mega Man 2 isn't the greatest game of all time. It definitely has its flaws, but back then it didn't really matter. People were making complete asses of themselves, prancing around in their backyard in their gay little elf costume, but at least they were being sincere, and at least they were happy.
Listen.
And I have to make, like,
Every single one of those people are just fans of Mega 64.
2-hour video
Mega
essays
64
about
is
video
still
games.
doing this kind of shit to this day.
You know, I can kind of understand why Sakurai made all of Mega Man's special moves weapons from 2 in Smash 4.
They're just
sure,
posers.
More games in the series being represented better would have been cool, but Mega Man 2 kind of has a Gen 1 of Pokemon thing, where it's kind of hard to deny the impact it had on the rest of the franchise, especially in the eyes of, like, 90% of people who even heard of Mega Man.
It is
So wait a
impressive
second,
to be
wait a second.
so...
What the fuck is that? Mega Man doesn't have a dog.
Like, Mega 64 just gets, like,
Where's my
chill
Mega
with
Man
Hideo
item one?
Kojima
Once
to
we're
this
done with
day.
the Mega
To
Man
this
2
day.
section, we move on to our 6th boss, the final one before we tackle the Guy's Palace.
That isn't impressive. They're giving away Tengas at AX. That sounds like something they would do, yeah. Rocco is still just out there making like monthly like figurine updates. They are just themselves, unironically. That's
If
powerful.
you hug the right side of the screen, by the way, which feels so out of character for the game to do that willingly, but I don't know. You shoot the Bob-omb and Bowser goes down.
Let's see this. Play games versus. Oh, that is awesome. Oh, that was yesterday? Oh man, I missed it. I haven't been to AX in like 7 years. I'm just not made for cons, honestly.
Wart's even easier than Bowser. All he does is bounce a couple times and shoot a big-ass Bonsai Bill, sorry, and then explode. You know, they're actually called Bomber Bills now, but I think that's because of woke.
How expensive is AX nowadays? Anime Expo tickets. Register. 200.
Wily's coolest
I'm
thing
sorry,
is that
even
drops
200
volleyball
just to
on you for
attend
some
is
reason, which
crazy.
slowly moves forward. When you
You know,
shoot
just
the
go to
bowling
Japan,
ball, it
brother.
doesn't
You're
move, but
fine.
Your bullets bounce off of it and go upward into his clown car. He doesn't have too much health, so he dies pretty quickly. And that's the Bowser Wart Wily boss rush thing. It's counted as one boss, and it's a little.
It's
interesting, but
safe.
definitely
It's
not
it's
nearly as
below
fun
there.
as some of
It's
the other
safe.
ones on this list. I do appreciate the presence of Wart here, though. Nintendo brings back Birdo and Shy Guy and
I mean, I did enjoy my
Sniffins, but
one AX
they
experience,
never-
but
they
that's
never brought
because
back
I got
Wart
to
after
attend like
Mario
3
2.
concerts
You know,
while I was
the cool
there.
thing about Mario 2, though, is that it's
Actually, going to
a
the con was
Japanese
like
game
not
called Jumpin'
worth it.
Steve.
But the concerts were higher, with the fire.
After the clown car fight, it's pretty much straight platforming to the end. I like this bit where the spikes extend when you stand on this block. I like this pleasant gradient. I like the slow rising platform that makes you dodge spikes, and hell, I've even come around to the Bionic Commando music. We're forced to do the fan shit again, and then we can finally arrive at the entrance to the guy's palace. Now that we have all 6 units, we can finally get ourselves closer to the best part of the game.
Okay. So he's probably gonna start talking about shit in like 20 minutes. 15 minutes.
Not this part, though. Well, actually, I'm kind of conflicted. Basically, you have to be standing on this moving cart thing or else you'll fall behind, but it kind of feels like when you're in the air that the momentum is a bit inconsistent, especially with this bullet bill section here. That shit pisses me off. Not to mention, a ton of this area involves wall jumping up to both vines and the black and yellow striped walls, which you guys already know how I feel about that. That being said, though, I'm willing to look past it just because this area is fucking cool. It's height moments and aura, if you will. Riding through the countryside with the DuckTales theme playing for no reason.
I don't know about that one, Chief.
There are road signs that occasionally pass you by, telling you that you've almost made it and to never give up. Only 10,000 kilometers left. For reference, that's about as far of a distance as it takes to drive from Alaska to Costa Rica. Why the fuck is it so far away?
That is a lot less than I thought it would be.
Really fast. I don't really like replaying this area, but it's honestly the perfect way to build up hype for the final level. Once we get there, we're still not really there because there's another
The
boss
route from
fight
Sweden
first in the game.
to
After all the shit the moon has given us, reappearing in various parts of the game, we're finally allowed to have
Ulaanbaatar
a
is
final
probably
showdown
like
with it, right before the end of the game.
longer than
It's
that.
a very okay, all right, yeah. Really, the dragon from Mega Man 2? You couldn't have at least picked the Yellow Devil. I feel
Don't
like
pick
that's way
the
more
Yellow
iconic
Devil,
boss fight.
motherfucker. Yellow Devil sucks.
Oh, well, I guess I stand corrected. This fight is a lot more difficult than it was in Mega Man 2. Fucking shocker, I know. Not only does he do the Yellow Devil thing, but once the fight starts and ends, you're chased through the corridor with his big fat belly right next to your face. Another not super memorable boss fight, but I at least like it more than Mother Brain. And so we're finally here at the entrance of the god.
I gotta piss again. Sorry, I'm drinking a lot of beer. But you can listen to the video again. He's not saying anything important.
This area is fucking awesome. Easily the best in the game, in my opinion. It's just one big gauntlet of platforming and puzzle solving, which gets even more hype when you hear the music, which is the Monty on the Run theme. You guys know what Monty on the Run even is? Because I didn't until I played I Want to Be the Guy. It was this platformer released by Gremlin Graphics. No, that's not a joke. It's on the box art. On the Commodore 64 in 1985. On the run from the authorities after his intervention in the miners' strike, Monty the Mole must escape his house and head for the English Channel and freedom in continental Europe. Jesus Christ, I had no idea Monty on the Run was so political. The game looks kind of awesome, not gonna lie. I can definitely tell where VVVV got its visual inspiration from. And obviously the song kicks ass. It's composed by Rob Hubbard, who seems to have composed a lot of songs for random-ass Commodore 64 games throughout the 80s, though none are nearly as iconic as the Monty on the Run song. I wonder if it's because it was in Guy, or maybe it was in Guy because it's so popular. I don't know. The song is about 7 minutes long, which makes it all
I should
more
go to
cooler,
Japan one
because
day.
you're probably going to be spending a lot of time in Guy's palace. In the original version of I Want to Be the Guy, every time you died, the song would restart, but luckily that's been fixed in the remaster.
Maybe
the
next
area
year.
is cool because it's one of those final areas that bring shit back from earlier in the game. Like, for example, this hole in the wall having a ghost and goblin's arm reaching out. In another room where a hole in the wall drops a fruit on you. It's some Chekhov's gun shit, which I always find myself enjoying. This Labyrinth of the Guy room is pretty cool, but it might be the one time in the game where I'd recommend looking up and I Want to Be the Guide. After the Labyrinth, we're met with people who have formerly held the title of the Guide, which hopefully the kid will get to add portraits to in the future. Former the guys
You know, it doesn't get better than that.
From, Mario, Lu Bu, a Chinese warlord from the Eastern Han Dynasty, Sinistar from Sinistar is here. His room makes you play Breakout, and it's a pretty cool play on the game. If you break all the blocks, Sinistar is free, and he comes down and kills you. So what you actually have to do is break the blocks to the right so you can safely climb up the vines. If you miss the fruit,
You know, and that's like
starts breaking shit under you.
just talking about Lubu instead of
Then
talking
actually
about
we'll
like
get
the
to
video
play
game he's
Gradius.
actually from
Hagar
is
from Final Fight has a room, pretty cool.
I don't know, that's a
Ryu
miss.
Hayabusa from Ninja Gaiden has.
That's a miss for sure.
After climbing up the guy's tower, which is this big scrolling.
Okay, I guess you just like skip over the entirety of.
Yeah, the last save point is fucking evil. The one thing that in this entire game you
I thought he was going
trusted
to talk
is
about
just
this
turned
fucking
on
thing
you.
for like 10 minutes,
Glad it
but
happened at
okay.
the end because it kind of feels like jumping to shark, right? Like if this happened in the middle of the game, then I would be.
Yeah,
I
it's
would
like,
be
I feel like
cautious of every save point going.
I feel like this is maybe the one
Anyways,
stage I would have
once you kill
expected
the
him
evil
to spend
save
more
point, you're in
time
with the
on,
best cutscene
and he's just like, ah, fuck it. Even he's bored of just talking about the game.
What is this? Another child? One more for my score.
Iconic.
No, not the god.
He wouldn't know that.
Yes, now I recognize you. Son, the hair, the shirt, the cape. You are one of my younger colors. That's impossible! Check your inventories, kid.
Fair enough.
No, it's true.
Wait! Former grandfather the guy! You killed him!
As you will now try to kill me, or be killed yourself.
No! I wanna be the guy!
Boom.
The guy, or as we now know him, the father, is voiced by Kayan himself, pitched down a bit, which was kind of funny because he has a pretty normal voice, at least to the kid, who wasn't pitch shifted at all.
I could fuck with this
Also,
video. I say
since it's
boom and then the
first
video
time we're
goes
seeing
boom as
him,
well. Like,
can we talk about
I could
how
fuck with
funny
that.
this sprite is? The kid's sprite is obviously already pretty terrible looking for reasons I already discussed, but the guy's sprite is literally just the kid's sprite but stretched really big. And then after Kayan did that, they just drew a cigarette and eyebrows and a grumpy expression on his face. And he did it with like this really shitty looking Mixel style, which is only there because they sized the sprite up and then used the
What the
rectangle
fuck
tool
is
to
a
draw the
Nixel
expression.
style?
This is like the funniest sprite ever and adds the whole shitposty vibe of the game. Plus, like, despite all of this, he low-key made
Oh,
it
for
pretty
sure.
cool. In the
One of
story,
Fist
he
is
doesn't really have
mainstream.
any defining character traits besides being a really shitty father. But like, we
And
love
they
shitty
talked about
fathers
Cherry
here,
Treehouse
don't
as
we?
well. They're
Yes,
definitely
yes,
mentioning
we
One
do.
of Fest.
It's true, folks. Sometimes I see people on my Twitter timeline who really want to fuck the guy, but, you know,
Huh?
I also see people who want to fuck Bubble Bass from SpongeBob, so maybe that shouldn't mean much. This fight is awesome, by the way. Easily the best boss in the game. Nothing here is reused from other places, which I honestly wouldn't have minded if they were, but this being the only one that's not from some other game in some way makes it all the more special. He has these big-ass attacks that might catch you off guard, but don't feel completely impossible, just like the rest of the game. No part of the arena is safe. You constantly have to be moving in order to dodge everything. This fight is easily the hardest part of the game, as it took me a couple of hours to beat him, which might just be because I sucked ass. I remember this being a really mashy fight, which it is kinda, but I think that's just because of this attack the guy does, where he runs back and forth on the ground, which looks really funny, by the way. But if you're a fast enough shooter, you can skip this attack entirely, which is what I always do, but I guess you can just jump over him. There's another attack where he randomly becomes invincible, and you have to let his bullets bounce off the walls back into him. Once you do that, you can pick up the gun and finally enjoy gaining the title of the guy. The second phase makes a great fight even better. I love the guy's fucking scream every time he breaks through the window, and he even sometimes shouts insults at the kid as they're fighting. The entire ground is covered in fire, and all you have to stand on are these pillars and the top part here. He'll occasionally fire fireballs from his eyes and spikes from his mouth, and these slow-moving white balls you have to shoot to get rid of. You shoot his eyeballs out, and then he moves his eyebrows into this weird expression that looks like he just took Thalassin. Shoot him out again, and you didn't. The kid has finally become the guy.
Alright, we can finally go to the interesting part of this video. Where he's not talking about I want to be the guy. Or narrating every single screen, rather. Lock the fuck in, people. What if you narrate? No! Please don't. That's true.
Overall, I Want to Be the Guy is far from a perfect game. I mean, no game's perfect, but this one is, like, especially imperfect, you know? The visuals are very charming to me, but let's be honest, They're kind of god-awful even for a 2007 indie game. A lot of the assets are stolen from other places, with even the most
Yeah,
well-known
2007 is like World of Goo had already
owing
come
itself
out,
to
huh?
fucking Guilty Gear Iska. Oh, like people don't even like that game. The original version of the game, which was the only version of the game until the remaster came out 13 years later, suffered crashes and save
I don't know
file
about
deletions,
using
seemingly at random
backlogged
because
as
it was
like
coded by an
your
amateur programmer in a shitty engine. Even with the remaster,
your
still have to deal with
source for like
possibly the
how
worst
people
wall
like
jumping
games,
in any
man.
video game, and also certain areas that are only clearable if you destroy the fuck out of your wrists. But does any of that really matter? Well, yeah, but despite all of it, I still found myself enjoying it quite a lot. In fact, I'm not alone. I don't think it's really possible to overstate just how influential this game is. First, there's the obvious stuff. I Want to Be the Guy, along with, like, Sonic 06 probably, was the first YouTuber
Wish
game, even
lists.
though it wasn't by design. If you were a Let's Player in the early 2000s and early 2010s, this game was fucking free real estate for you. People like Ultra J-Man and Cloud8745 were some of the first people to play the game and record themselves getting mad at it. Throughout the coming years, fucking everyone would play I Want to Be the Guy, and several of these videos would amass millions of views. I Want to Be the Guy is often cited as the game that ruined Let's Plays forever, and I don't even really think it's an understatement. Fucking KSI played it.
So Apple's killing you. Apple's killing you now. Oh my god. Apple's killing you. For some reason, things that freaking...
An underrated part of I Want to Be the Guy's legacy is
That was
how
probably
fucking
FNAF, yeah.
influential it was
Well,
to
no,
not
no,
only
no.
YouTube,
That
but
wasn't
video
FNAF.
games as a whole.
If
Obviously,
we're gonna
the
go
game's
all the
gameplay
way
loop is
there,
die in one hit,
it was
retry over and
Amnesia:
over
The Dark
again,
Descent.
frequent save points. You know, it's something kind of ubiquitous with tough as nails indie retro throwback platformers, even if it doesn't really line up with the game design of actual NES games. I'm sure there are other games that did this before, but it really feels like a lot of the later ones took inspiration from Guy. Super Meat Boy is the first.
I don't think
obvious
people were
example I
doing
can think
Happy
of, which
Wheels
is
Let's
also an
Plays.
excellent
They were just
platform.
playing Happy. You
That
can't
game
do a
iterated
Happy
on the formula
Wheels
by giving you
Let's
momentum,
Play, right?
taking away the shooting to focus on platforming, and making the wall jump actually usable and fun. There's even a secret level based on I Want to Be the Guy in Super Meat Boy, and the kid shows up as an unlockable character if you can beat it. He has a double jump, which Meat Boy doesn't have, kind of trivializing the whole game, but it's a worthy reward for how hard the level in which you unlock him is. Not as broken as fucking Minecraft Steve, though. The hell is this shit?
Does
Tons of indie
Minecraft
platformers
Steve
that are
and
held
Super
in
Meat
fairly
Boy
high regard
nowadays?
have this formula, actually. Meat Boy, VVV.
I mean, yeah, I know they played Happy Wheels on the daily, but was it like a Let's Play, really? I guess at that time everything was a Let's Play.
These games usually aren't even considered rage games, or rather just like difficult platformers.
Man, I haven't played Super Meat Boy in like a
Celeste
decade.
in particular might as well be called I Want to Be the Girl, with how closely tied into the
Minecraft used to be an indie game? That is news to
Maybe
me.
not the comedically timed
I'm fucking
traps,
around, but
definitely the super difficult precision platforming.
I just don't remember him in Super Meat
All
Boy.
those spikes everywhere, and Madeline
Was he added later?
kind of feeling like a quote-unquote evolution of the kid's double jump, even though I kind of like it less, but whatever, I'm definitely in the minority. There's a
I guess I don't
good
really
chance
know the
probably
characters in
like
Super
I Wanna
Meat
Be
Boy
the Guy's
anyways.
gameplay structure, as most people have probably played something similar and
A little
enjoyed
kitty
it.
baby.
It's hard to say whether every
With
game like
100
I Wanna Be the Guy was
bandages.
inspired directly by it, but you can't really pretend like its existence and popularity wasn't at least a factor in some
Yeah,
of
but I
these.
know I got all the bandages. Yeah, maybe that was the update. I don't know.
Masocore is the genre's official title, which is kind of a catch-all term for games that focus on intense difficulty. Games like Geometry.
Well, I
Dash
guess maybe I
are
never-
also pretty popular Masocore games, and
Although it's
the
not
director
like-
of Neo apparently specifically used the word in interviews. Shit like Getting Over It and
that's not a
Jumping
good
are also
title.
considered Masocore, even though those games take a completely
I don't know.
different
Did the
approach to game
Bandage
design and are
World,
what I'm talking
Bandage
about,
Girl
even though
Worlds
they are
have any bandages? I don't think so,
even
right?
The type of game I'm talking about even has a genre name, but that's fine. Not everything needs to be a genre. They would probably call it some dumb shit like Meat Guys. Actually, I kind of fuck with that. The primary influence for the genre
I trust
is
that.
shit like Castlevania.
That
Mega Man,
sounds like
and
something that would happen, Eric.
An influence you're probably thinking of, which is even older than I Want to Be the Guy, is Kaizo
I guess that's when
Mario
they put
ROM
Steve in,
hacks.
probably.
You know, everyone uses save states in those games, right? Say what you will about the live system in old games, but no one wants to be dealing with that shit when the levels look
Kaizo
like
Mario
this.
World is
I feel
that
like I Want to Be
old?
the Guy,
Damn.
as well as later games with the whole really hard platformers that you try over and over again with frequent checkpoints thing.
Well,
do
no,
something
the original
interesting where
musician
the
was
checkpoints kinda act like a diegetic
Danny
version of save states.
Brzezowicz or whatever the fuck, right?
Ooh, diegetic.
Right?
That's a smart person word. Also, I want to be the guy who was referenced in an
Baranowski,
anime called God's
big
Games
man.
We Play. I don't know where else to fit that into this video. But to
This is true. God's Game We Play did have an I Want to Be the Guy reference. As far as I'm aware, that anime fucking sucks.
me, the most interesting part of I Want to Be the Guy's legacy isn't the commercial releases that might have been inspired by it, but rather the community it spawned. You see, as I've already discussed, the game isn't one that's held in high regard, at least to the general gaming public. But there's a specific breed of people that are able to match the game's freak, so to speak. And most of these people just so happen to be really good with Game Maker. I Want to Be the Guy fan games. I've been dancing around talking about them this entire video since I wanted to save talking about them for the end. On deliciousfruit.com,
Oh yeah, I forgot Edmund Macmillan made Binding of Isaac.
there are thousands and thousands that have been released. Since the
Forgot
original
about
game
that
came
for a
out in
sec.
2007. Nearly 15,000 fucking fan games, most of which with unique spriting and coding. Kind of an insane statistic for just a relatively
Hold on, no.
game.
No.
The game probably
Most of which with custom coding and spriting is definitely not true. That is absolutely not true. I hate to break it, but about 10,000 of those 15,000s are probably not made with custom coding.
has more fan
custom
games than
spriting.
most major franchises, though there's not really a good way of quantifying that. I feel like there's a couple reasons why so many people make these. For one, I'd imagine the kids' physics are really easy to recreate in most engines. The community has made a pretty streamlined looking tutorial for anyone to jump in and put that little bastard in any situation they can possibly think of. The rest of this video will kind of just be me spitballing some of the fan games that have caught my eye for whatever reason. This community and its fan games have created such a ridiculous amount of lore that I myself don't fully understand. In fact, I doubt Kayan themselves really fully understands it. I wouldn't claim to be some kind of I want to be the guy fan game lore master, since there are definitely people who have been there since the beginning who would be more qualified to talk about it. But personally, I think the community is one of the most intriguing and unique on the internet, and they deserve to have some of their projects have light shed upon them. I also haven't played most of these games myself, so this will kind of be an insider looking in perspective for the most part. Thank you to all the people I stole footage from without asking to make this part of the video. First,
No
I'll start
problem.
with the definitive, most iconic I Want to Be the Guy fan game of all time, which is the one you're most likely to
Big
have
Man
heard about, as in certain
Bashi.
parts of the internet. It has eclipsed the original game.
I would like to point out that my one Bashi speedrun was removed from the speedrun.com leaderboards for a very valid reason. I totally forgot about it. I edited my save file during that speedrun. I am sorry to everyone. I would like to just apologize to the world. I will do better next time.
Game in popularity.
Thank you to Russian gamers for figuring that out and removing my speedrun.
Goddamn camping noobs.
In my defense,
In March of 2010, a streamer by the name of Bashi Time played the original I Want to Be the Guy.
the shoot 'em up
stream.
skip is hard.
He didn't stream it to Twitch, of course. He streamed it to fucking Justin TV, the ancient live streaming site Twitch spawned
Oh,
off.
fuck yeah.
The legend goes that Bashi, after completing the game, was talking to his programmer friend Solgren about how, you know, Guy was just too easy for him.
I did forget. I was thinking about it. You could tell on my face. I was thinking about it. Like, wait, what's the name of that game? I did forget it was called Gradius. Thank you. Sorry, I literally haven't played any of them.
What went on? I'm confused. Am I the guy?
I do enjoy how much this guy brings up DSP jacking off.
Yes.
Shit was fucking Elmo's number journey to a guy like Bashi. So Solgren took
There's
it upon
like- yeah,
himself
that's
to
true.
fulfill Bashi's request. Version 1.0 of I Want to Be the Bashi was released onto the now defunct I Want to Be the Forums in June of 2010 by Solgren. It was developed in Multimedia Fusion 2, even though Kayan specifically recommended they don't do that. And you know what? This game kind of does make the original look like Elmo's number journey. Everything in this game is turned up to 11. The boss fights are way more bullshit.
I mean, I don't know
Screen
much
shakes
about
every 5 seconds.
DSP
The
outside of
game
him
buffs
jacking
your
off,
controls.
but
Some screens have jump scares. You know, I think this is a safe space. I'm not huge on this one, to be honest. Like, I do
No,
like
Boshi's
it, just not as a
big.
game-playing experience.
Bashi
a
is
lot of
awesome.
seasoned fan game veterans don't really seem to like it either. Like I said before,
He's an idiot.
the original I Want to Be the Guy
I mean,
is
I
very
think if
hard,
you
but
jack
still
off on
respects
stream,
you
that
as a
kind of
player.
just comes with the
There's
card,
no crazy
right?
visual effects. You never get your controls.
And he's
fucked
definitely
with,
coming.
And the meanest thing it'll do is, like, make a platform move out from under you or something. Bashi kind of spits in the face of all of that. Every boss has these ridiculous attacks, a lot of which require you to just get lucky from the RNG, which didn't really happen at all in Guy. The worst part about Guy's boss fights is that some of them required a bunch of mashing, but the problem is like 10 times worse than
Amen.
Bashi. Honestly, I've never even completed Bashi. I tapped out after the first boss. Yeah, I know, that makes me a pussy, and I'm probably gonna get comments telling me I shouldn't be criticizing it, but, yeah, that's fair, actually. However, I still
you should play more
appreciate
Bashi.
this game
Bashi's good,
because
man.
As a visual experience, it's kind of awesome. The bosses, while being for the most part completely bullshit and unfair, are very creative. A lot of them are based off protagonists of games for the most part. Like, you'll be fighting Mario and Sonic and Ryu and Skeleton King from I Want to Be the Bashi, but they kind of act more as fights against the games they're from.
Hey, really?
Rather than the
I believe
characters. Ryu has attacks where he just throws Chun-Li and Blanca and Dhalsim at you, and a similar thing is recreated in the Mortal Kombat fight.
Spamorama? Fuck yeah.
Fatality. Fatality.
Sonic teams up with Eggman and goes super, and the Mega Man fight is a whole barrage of robot masters. Even the game's final boss, which is the game's creator Solgren, represented as a Danish oatmeal brand, has a phase that acts as a boss rush for the rest of the game. Bashi also works as a really interesting time capsule of late 2000s and early 2010s internet culture, I think, in an even more effective way than the original game. Around the
that.
game, you can find these CDs that let you replace the in-game music. And these CDs are like fucking Chocolate Rain and Never Gonna Give You Up and the Trillolo song. Holy shit, it's my goat! It's Brittle Floss! The random inclusion of like shitty meme songs probably got cringe a couple years after this game came out. But nowadays it's honestly really charming. The Game Over music is an instant classic.
That's true. The collectibles go hard.
You also get reminded of shit from this era that was commonplace back then that people don't bring up as much nowadays, like the shitty EDM covers of video game music.
You're too slow. Too easy. Piece of cake.
Solgren really was a true programmer.
Bro, people just kind of mixed and matched different source materials for characters without really thinking about it. Okay, let me explain that better. I feel like that didn't make any sense. You know how when Sonic Generations came out, it kind of defined modern Sonic and classic Sonic as like two separate characters almost? I feel like that same mentality spread onto other fan bases. Like, with the Sonic fight in Bashi, Sonic uses his Sonic 3 sprite, there's Sonic 1 music and platforms, Eggman is from like Sonic 2 or something, and Sonic himself uses Jason Griffith voice lines from Brawl. It's something that people on Twitter would make fun of nowadays, calling it retro slop or whatever the fuck they say, but back then we kinda just accepted this shit and it wasn't a big deal at all. Like, if Bashi was made by someone in the 2020s, they'd have his voice lines be from the OVA or Jaleel White or some shit, I don't know. They wouldn't have you fight Super Mario Bros. Mario in the Mario Bros. Arcade game, which is kinda lame. I kinda like the whole cobbled look together of Bashi.
I don't know what he's on about,
There's
man.
also a secret boss fight against Kappa, the emote.
Everyone spam Kappa in the chat, and let's get a nice loud Kappa. No, you guys. So, let's try again.
They weren't even excited for us.
Kappa. Kappa. This is cringy. This is cringy. I'm sorry. Cringe compilation.
For those of you who are too young to remember, this is
Gee,
an emoji people
I
used to
hadn't
use on
seen
Twitch
that
to
one
indicate
before,
that
man.
they're rage baiting someone. What I find interesting about this reference is that, again, this wasn't a Twitch streamer game, but a Justin TV game. So you fight him on the chat box from Justin
Really?
TV.
I guess I don't know much about the
Minecons.
Minecons. I just know the dedicated wham.
The chat box even has Easter eggs. Or
Anything else,
it's
unfamiliar to me.
I mean, of course, you can't read the fucking messages because the screen shakes every time Kappa does anything. But you know, look, when you beat him,
Hey, listen, that's a great emote.
Come on, that's cute. Don't lie, that's cute. Boshi has a bunch of playable characters, which is pretty cool. Like, playable versions
Listen,
of
YouTube's
most
got to have their own
bosses,
Kappa at some
the
point.
Kid,
And there it
Dark
is. That's the
Boshi,
Kappa.
Characters from other games by Solgren and, Pedo Bear. What sick fucking bastard is playing through I Wanna Be the Boshi as Pedo Bear? For those who are too young to remember, this character is a not like us Diddy blood. I don't know why you wouldn't just play as Boshi though. I mean, I do know why, since some of the characters have their own little differences, but Boshi's design is kinda awesome. He's literally just a caution sign with two little nub legs and a pistol. I don't really
Play
know
as
what
Dark Boshi,
inspired
baby.
Boshi's design. Maybe Boshi, the
Or
streamer,
Ryu.
just had like a caution sign as his PFP, which is a really funny image in my head, but it's such an abstracted idea of a platform protagonist. I love it so much. Peak character design. Boshi's also pretty popular speedrunners. Witwix has some pretty funny runs of it at GDQ.
So he just made an infinitely harder, similarly veined game. And it's a mess. Don't play it. The character I'm using, Quadric, is he's from Solgren's one of his earlier games called Quadric. Don't play that either. Although his new game Wings of V I hear is okay.
I mean,
don't play that either. If you're looking for the Solgren game library, this is it. He has about 50 games, but just don't play them.
I Want to Be the Boshi.
I gotta
is a
respect
really
it. He's
creative
probably
I Wanna
played
Be the Guy
Quadric.
fan game that's up there with Board Game Online and Mugen as the holy trinity of video games that are perfect encapsulations.
I've never
of what
seen
the
anyone
internet
play
was like when
Quadric.
Obama was still in his first term. It kind of sucks to play nowadays, especially today when a lot of modern fan games have more honest difficulty, non-mashy boss fights, better physics, and probably funnier
Blob's
bits,
Big
but
Buster
have to
Adventure
exist
2?
Because something as meme-filled as it would suck ass today.
I've never played
day to
Quadric.
day. There would be like a chicken
Hand in the air?
boss
I've never
fight.
heard of
Instead
Quadric
finding
before.
Chocolate Rain in a CD, you'd find like Dave Blunts or some shit. Instead of Pedo Bear, you'd be able to play as like Pedo Typhlosion. There would be a You're Gonna Get Grape.
Needs to
Also, shout out
change.
to I Wanna Be the
That
Fan
might
game,
need to
which is
change.
older than Boshi, being released in 2008, and probably was the first fan game that's still remembered to this day. It was pretty ambitious, being a fall-ass game. It's got a cool boss fight where you fight GLaDOS, with possibly the worst drawing of GLaDOS I've ever seen. There's a cool Pokemon part. You guys like Pokemon. And the final boss is Sticky Keys, a reference to the jump button being shift in the original guy for whatever reason.
Shout out to
I
that
Wanna Kill the
car
Guy is a
outside.
pretty notable early fan game too, released in
Mhm,
2011. Though it was never finished, there's this pretty iconic boss fight against Curly from Cave Story, where you gotta Frenite Parappa battle her while Night of Night.
Thank you for changing that.
This shit is like a 4-minute long boss fight. There's also a Boshi boss fight,
Reasonable.
which is pretty cool. And you fight the creator of the game at the end, like in Boshi, represented by this computer guy. I think it's pretty interesting how no I Wanna Be the Guy fan
Yeah,
game
freeze
is
mine.
exactly like the original. They all have something going on with them that breaks the rules of what I Wanna Be the Guy is like. A lot of the more modern ones are basically
I was gonna say, you did not make that in
games,
2018,
besides
did you?
playing as a kid who can move around, shoot, and double jump, but even that's changed some.
That's a bit.
A lot forgo the whole
I don't know about
retro
that.
game thing and have boss fights and obstacles that are references to more modern games, or internet memes, inside jokes,
Go
other I Wanna Be the Guy
shopping.
fan games, and even some shit they just made up. I can see some people not
Yeah,
like
Justice Guy,
it, but I think
baby!
it's really cool. The original game was pretty self-indulgent, right? Like, you could definitely tell Kayan's bias towards fighting games.
I'm surprised
also
people would
just
pick
had
Go
random
Shopping
shit that he
over,
felt like putting in, even if it didn't pertain to the overarching retro game theme. And
Hey,
I
he did, didn't he? True. He did.
kind of seems like people followed in those footsteps and just put random stuff that they like in
Pick
their
Go
games,
Shopping
making
over.
each one
Man,
feel
whatever.
a lot more
What the
personal.
fuck was that game
The
called?
game has basically become a
By
canvas
Fanny
for whatever
One.
the developer wants at this point, and it's resulted in some really interesting stuff. Since there's a surprisingly diverse amount of people who make fan
Yeah,
games,
Wi-Fi, good
Western
Wi-fi.
fan games and Eastern fan
Has
games, for
has
example,
Go
are
Shopping
two
really
entirely
replaced
different
good
communities
Wi-Fi
that feel
nowadays?
super distinct from one another. There are a few main genres of fan games according to the intro page.
I
list
mean,
on the
I
top
think
of
that's
delicious
fair,
food.com,
but
and they all focus on a specific aspect of the original
shopping
game's
is very
design.
good.
Like if someone's favorite
Keep
part of I Wanna
watching.
Be the Guy
Listen, I
was
wasn't gonna
precise
stop.
jumps and
I'm.
spikes, then
We're
there's
an
needle
hour and a
games
half in. I'm not
focused
gonna.
on super
It's,
precise platforming. An
it's a little
example of
too
this is not
late.
another needle game made by the
It's a
same
little
guy who
too
made
late for that.
There's not as many funny bits in this one as there are in something like Guy or Boshi, but it makes up for it by just being super creative.
This is
and
task
having
gameplay, by
diverse
the way.
challenges and gimmicks. Crimson Needle 3 is another one that's really cool looking. Has fucking Soothsayer by Buckethead as the final level music. I really like the visual style these games like going for. The best ones always surprise you with their art direction, since otherwise
Needle.
it would get kind of samey, especially since the source material's you know, a bit homely. A somewhat underrated fan game that I don't see many people talking about is
This
a
game's
super
good.
planet called KG. It's like this anthology of shorter Needle games made in 2023 by a person called KG, as sort of their swan song, as they quit making fan games after this one. I absolutely adore the visuals in this game. They have this cool
Ooh, did he
mix of
fuck it
pixel
up?
art,
Ooh.
drawings, and just straight up real photographs that I always appreciate whenever I see games do. More games should use real images in their art direction. It might look a little wacky to some, but I always thought it looked cool. The soundtrack to Super Planet, like most other I Wanna Be the Guy fan games, is taken from other places, but KG has some really good
You mean
music
Love Trap?
taste. It's composed of like
Hard
Brian
Trap.
Eno and Masayoshi Takanaka, and there's this Bowser's
Oh, we're all
Castle
fucked, aren't
level
we?
that uses Battle Cry by Nujabe.
We're all a little
No
too
original
far away from
Something
fan
I really
games.
appreciate about a lot of more modern fan games is that since there aren't a whole lot of people who regularly play them, they feel very self-indulgent, even more so than the original game. Super Planet using copyrighted music might mean that no one besides small streamers will stream it, but it doesn't really seem like it's aiming to be this big internet sensation. Most I Wanna Be the Guy fan games don't, since it's such a niche
Super
thing
Planet's
to
a
be
pretty good
into.
game.
The hub world for this game has fucking Discord screenshots from their friends. People who are into dodging projectiles from bosses, but weren't so much into mashing and shooting them.
I Wanna Be the
probably
Cat?
like
That's a good
avoidance
question.
games, which have bosses
Surely
that
I Wanna Be the
you
Cat
kinda
and
just supposed to
Echo-Vision both
survive.
get mentioned
One of
here.
the first games to have this was
There's
apparently
Love
this
Trap!
boss from I Wanna Be the Love Trap, where you fight this big Miku PNG who shoots fruit at you, with each shot timed to the music playing, which is Disappearance of Hatsune Miku. This fight is referenced in a fuck ton of I Wanna Be the Guy fan games, becoming one of the community's most favorite inside jokes. Same with Colonel
I don't know
Schurlitz
about
from
favorite
Dodonpachi.
inside
Yeah,
jokes.
he shows up a bunch because of his first appearance in a game called I Wanna Be the Black. Can I say that? But yeah, most avoidance games are kind of these light show music
Yeah, I
videos
played
where
this.
the kid is waddling around on the bottom of the screen trying to, you know, avoid everything. A lot of these are Vocaloid songs, but people can really do anything with them. Here, for this one, I can give
Yeah,
an
Black is
example
definitely
of
older
when
than
I actually played
2013 for
video
sure.
proof. Fans of this channel might be aware of what I'm talking about and have been wondering why I haven't brought it up yet.
Don't touch that mouse. You're watching Badlands Chugs.
Fans of this
On the 20th
channel?
anniversary of 9/11, Cherry Treehouse released I Wanna How Many Bottles of Coke Zero Can Badlands Chug in 3 Minutes Watch and See. Playing this on stream was a traumatic experience for me and made me
What the
realize
fuck
I am
is this
not
guy
set up with
talking
the
about?
majority of I Wanna Be the Guy fan games. I played and completed the original, and then I played another one which we'll get to later, so I had what I thought was the perfect idea for a stream. Basically, the entire game is a Badlands Chugs video where he drinks as many bottles of Coke
I
Zero
guess
as
so.
he can in 3 minutes. Every time in the video he burps, fruits fly out of his mouth in completely random directions. I was like, oh, the video's only 3 minutes. This will be a good short stream to get myself used to streaming in front of an audience. For some reason, I made it a stream ends when I beat this stream, and I streamed for 5 hours, and I didn't beat it. This
Yeah,
has
fries
a
would've taken
knowledge
them longer.
challenge rating, by the way. As a game, it sucked ass, but it was pretty funny, so that's all you can really ask for.
Does it really have its own?
Favorite part of I Wanna Be
Goddamn.
the Guy was the funny and
No wonder
creative
Badlands
ways
caught
the
wind
game
of it
had
and like
of killing
changed
a
his own
player.
video title
It's
then.
possible you might like trap games, which pretty much only exist to fuck with you. I Wanna Have a Good Wi-Fi is a pretty good example of that. I Want a Bigger Penis is a pretty good example too, with a great name.
True.
About 3 minutes into this game, there's a big teleporter which takes you to the credits of the game, which is about as long as the credits to the original I Want to Be the Guy. Once you get to the very end of the credits, the kid thinks for a bit and realizes he doesn't actually have a bigger penis.
That's a sword.
So he kills himself.
Iconic.
Well, that's fine. The right wall is actually breakable, so you can just continue on with your bit. You actually do end up getting a bigger penis halfway through the game, which you can extend forward and backward as you wish, which opens up new gameplay opportunities. No, I'm not joking. Like, you can extend your penis to land on a platform and... Listen, I'm trying to take this seriously, so be a little more respectful, maybe. Trap games are probably the most YouTube-friendly
Yes,
kind of
Metamorphosis.
fan game, because people can edit all the traps together, and it ends up being just a generally enjoyable watch. The top 3 videos on Pure's channel, who uploads these no commentary edited playthroughs of I Want to Be the Guy fan games.
That's true. Pure
are all
the
trap
goat.
games, and it was how I discovered their channel. Go watch this guy, by the way. Big shout out to Pure, if I'm pronouncing that right. If you don't play I Want to Be the Guy or any of its fan games after watching this video, which trust me, I get it, you can at least watch some of this person's videos. They always give me a
Fatal Brain's more
They don't even really do
iconic to fan game players, but I think
videos
Pure
on
definitely
I Wanna
has
Burn Mind and I Wanna
more
Escape Into the Mind. And those games are both like surrealist
appeal,
I
I guess.
fan games, I guess would be the most accurate description. I really don't want to say like I Want to Be the Guy meets Cruelty Squad, because that's
Yeah, Pure has like really good editing and shit.
Chungo's Gauntlet is a trap adventure game that's probably worth mentioning by the creator of Escape Into the Mind. I actually played this one. It's not technically an I Want to Be the Guy fan game, but it has the essence of one, and the creator posted Delicious Fruit. So, I don't know, sure. Not huge on all the jokes in this one. I can't really see myself.
You can definitely think of
belly
Pure as like modern
Neko
Fatal
or
Brain, which
anymore,
is weird
but
because
it
Fatal
was
Brain
very
is
fun
still
as a
modern,
game-playing
but
experience. There is one boss in this game that did make me laugh, though.
It's a piece of fucking shit! The Nintendo shit cube! It's a piece of fucking shit!
iconic.
Medley games are pretty cool too, since
Oh, no.
these are actually compilations of screens or smaller segments from other fan games, usually characterized by showing you what fan game the level comes from in the corner of the screen. I Wanna Kill the Camellia 3, released in 2013, is the big one people always talk about, which is the de facto hardest I Wanna Be the Guy fan game, at least of the ones that are highly regarded.
Okay,
it's very
fair.
long and very difficult. There's a video by Master Maxify, who plays a lot of really hard I Wanna Be the Guy fan games. It's kind of...
Fellas, I gotta piss again. I am sorry to do this to you. I will pause the video this time. He's actually talking about things. Pure is a fucking nice fella.
kind of like his thing. And it
I have
apparently
used
took him
his
over
videos several
700
times for Fan
hours
Game
to
Awards,
beat it.
so thank you.
Over 250,000 deaths spanned over the course of 3.5 years. He compiled it into a 3.5-hour montage of all the successful runs in each screen, and you can literally see him aging as the video progresses.
It's
Later
true.
into the video, every time he gets into a save point, he pops the fuck off.
Coming.
Yeah!
Ugh.
Yes! We did it!
It's fucking justified though. Like, are you seeing this shit? Camellia 3 is a pretty solid frontrunner for the hardest video game ever made, at least of the ones that don't crash.
I wish we got to see Chair
Even
Smash.
if you don't fuck with hard games, you
Or
kinda
chair
have to
chair
respect this
throw?
one,
It's
at
chair
least
throw, isn't it?
conceptually.
Chair
There's
rage?
also an even harder version of Camellia 3 called Camellia 3 Plus for some ungodly reason.
Oh,
And the
no.
history of I Want to Be the Guy fan game spreadsheets lists the first time anyone has ever beaten the bosses in it. Camellia 3 also has detractors in the fan base though. I Want to Kill the Happil 1 and 2 are meme fests that are supposed to be parodies of
Was
Camellia
Chair
and
Rage
Medley
in
games
Culture
general.
2?
I can't really tell
Really?
if the person who made it genuinely hates Camellia 3 or if it's just some light riffing, but either way it ends up being pretty passive aggressive. These games
Whoa.
are, at least in 2's case, physically impossible to complete by human hands. Since Delicious Fruit is essentially just a forum for posting
I don't
games
remember
to,
that.
there's no system in place to test if
It,
the level is
yeah,
completable.
I
Unlike
probably
something
was
like, say,
Boss 3,
Mario
wasn't
Maker.
it?
So you don't actually have
Damn.
to beat your fan game before posting it, and if, let's say, it's only beatable by tasks, you won't even get your game deleted, but you will get this big red impossible tag. As U23 puts it, trying to judge Appeal 2 as a playable game is like complaining a fish can't climb a tree. What this game sets out to do is absolutely perfect at. There are two types of people who don't like this game. People who aren't interested in this type of thing, which is totally fine, or joyless assholes.
I'm both.
As J-Man Norway puts it, I think Appeal 2 is most comparable to a forced long butt fucking. It's really unpleasant at first as you struggle to escape, but once you accept your fate, you might even enjoy yourself the few times Just's enormous rugged cock hits a sweet spot. Can't you just say the game is hard? And then there's adventure games, which are like the default. Most I Want to Be the Guy fan games,
I
as
wish
well
it
as
was the default.
game are like this. Areas, bosses, you know, you're playing a video game. I Want to Run the Marathon is one I haven't mentioned yet that Markiplier played, surprisingly. This one has a bunch of levels that are specifically themed around various games. There's a Cave Story level, a Kirby level where you play golf, and a more expanded take on the Pokemon level. This is one of many games that were made for Fan Game Marathon, an annual livestream event held on Twitch where people play through various I Want to Be the Guy fan games. They do speedruns, races, and they even have this segment every...
Fan games are... I Want to Be the Guy fan games are not the main event anymore. I would like that to be mentioned. This is no longer true.
Through various I Want to Be the Guy fan games. They do speedruns, races, and they even have this segment every year called Blind Adventure Race, where they play through a new adventure game.
We accept
blindly
everyone, and in
every
fact,
year.
everyone
2015 was
kind
the
of
first
took
year
over.
They did it, and I Want to Run the Marathon was the game chosen. And then in 2016, they had I Want to Warp the World, which had a similar concept. This game has a Terraria level, a Shovel Knight level, an Undertale level, and, you know, look at this shit.
Iconic. This segment is iconic.
Now you're just showing off. Getting into miscellaneous fan stuff, I also find I Want to Start a Party pretty cool. It's this fan game that's formatted like Mario Party. I've never been able to pull friends together to play it, but it definitely seems like a lot of fun. People like putting games in I Want to Be the Guy, but they also like putting I Want to Be the Guy in other games. There's I Want to Test the Game, which is this Roblox version that's pretty cool. There's I Want to Be the Guy, the Mugen-based fan game, which adds the kid into the fighting game engine Mugen, alongside all the other bosses from that game.
I haven't heard about Mugen in so long. That was the shit in 2010 for sure, though.
One more for my score.
Oh!
I'm pretty sure there's a Geometry Dash level based on the game. What else can I talk about? I Wanna Maker is pretty cool. It's a game that's actually available to download for free on Steam, and it's kind of just Mario Maker if it was awesome. You get to make your own Wanna levels, which is cool. It's a bit more restricted than, you know, making your own full games, but I think it's huge for people looking to get into it without wanting to learn code.
Please.
Battle Kid Fortress of Peril is a homebrew NES game that was released in 2010, and it was very clearly inspired by Guy. I mean, just look at a sprite. Another cool adventure game was released all the way back in 2012 called I Wanna Be the Guy Guidance.
I mean, I'm
It
more
was made
surprised
by
people
Kane.
still think about Mugen
Yeah, this one
nowadays.
isn't
Like,
actually
I haven't
a
heard
fan
about it in
game.
15
Revealed
years.
at EVO 2012. No, that's not a joke.
Take out.
Iconic. Iconic.
It was supposed to be the official sequel, or I guess prequel, to the original I Wanna Be the Guy. However, it never got finished, with the last demo only going up to stage 1-3, where the first and I guess final boss is Bald Bull from Punch-Out. You play as the Lad in this game, who's a recolored kid with a charge shot and a grappling hook. The game was honestly super ambitious and had a ton of production value and creativity going into it.
I haven't really
You know,
watched
it's
Evo
the
Live
original
that
creator of the
much,
game.
like,
Even though
ever.
there were only 3 stages ever made for the game, they were still 3 really cool and interesting levels. Every level ended in a boss or a mini-boss, with 1-1 ending in fighting Donkey Kong from Donkey Kong, and 1-2 ending in fighting Sagat from Street Fighter. Many
There's
see this
a
game as missed
sort of
potential,
big YouTuber
and honestly,
making a
it's
video
kinda
about
hard
fan
not
games,
to
yeah.
see it as that. Kayan clearly put a lot of thought into this game.
I mean,
probably more than the
17,000
original
subscribers
game.
is, like,
how
pretty
the addition of
decent.
The grappling hook was there, so the controls were less precise, making it so the levels didn't have to be claustrophobic spike rooms in order to be hard. Which is weird, because that's kind of what I liked about I Wanna Be the Guy, so maybe I wouldn't have liked Gaiden as much. Of course, it never got finished, so I guess there's no way of knowing.
You
Yeah,
know
they've
what's
just
the
been
worst
making
part?
like iceberg
There's gonna be
videos for
block
3
music in
years, and
Gaiden.
then they
That
just
will
made
never
this
get
after
to
that,
hear it.
I guess.
Except, you know, in block. I can understand why Kayan canceled it.
By the way, I
Sure, it
watched
would've been
like
awesome, but
a
it also
task
wouldn't
for
have paid the
Plock.
bills. Can't make money
Plock
off
looks
that
like
shit, and
shit.
instead
I'm not
shift
gonna
focus
lie.
towards Brave Earth Prologue, which is what they're still working on to this day. It's a Castlevania 3 and Ninja Gaiden inspired platformer, which, well, I can't say much about since, you know, I can't really put my hands on it. I will say looks to be an amazing game once it comes out. It's been in development very slowly.
The music
for like
is all
9
that, but
years,
man, the game
which
is like
obviously
boring
it's
as
not very
hell.
promising, but Kayan
And
constantly
like
updates
completely like
Blue Sky that it's still in development.
not
just very
understandable.
slow development. It's getting closer to being finished though. 8 years ago. I'd imagine doing something completely different after releasing something that was so popular is a pretty stressful thing. I think I can wait patiently for a game like this, especially if it's made by the person who made I Wanna Be the Guy. After the official cancellation of Gaiden, Kayan has been fairly hands-off with the I Wanna Be the Guy community, although they do frequently use Twitter and Blue Sky to talk about whether or not Tifa or Aerith would peg you. I'd imagine they play a fan game here and
That's
there
true,
in private,
that's true.
but in one of their tweets they compare being in the I Wanna community Discord server to being a parent whose kids has long since moved on, gotten married, and bought their own home. However, they did show up once again for a few projects in the early 2020s, both by
Wannafest?
Cherry Treehouse, the same group of people that brought us I Wanna How Many Bottles of Coke Zero Can Badlands Chug in 3 minutes Watch and See. Cherry Treehouse are this ragtag group of Brazilian programmers who kind of
Nope.
just showed up in the community one day.
But
and
you fix that in the
asserted their
comments.
dominance. They were the ones responsible for I Wanna Be the Guy Remastered, which I've already been talking about.
Although,
Something I haven't-
well, no, I was gonna say Flugel, but no, Flugel's not a Brazilian programmer. The main programmers are Flugel and Renix, I guess. Renix is Brazilian, but Flugel's not.
mentioned yet is that this remaster actually adds a
Yeah,
multiple
Flugel's
playable
Belgian,
characters as a reward
which is
for
based,
100%
by the
in
way.
Game. Besides the kid, you get to play as Dot Kid, which is the kid but he's a single pixel, Vic Viper, which is the ship from Gradius that you play as for that one screen in the guy's castle. The Vic
Yeah.
Viper kind of seems to break the game though. Bosch
I mean,
is
Ren
a lot
Kosaku
cooler,
is Brazilian,
plays
Ren's the
pretty much
programmer,
identical,
Kosaku is
but
an
has some fun
artist.
cosmetic changes like the save
Renko's
points, and also the
Canadian,
dialogue when you fight
but
the guy.
obviously not a programmer. Natsu's not a programmer either, I don't think.
Really? You? I mean, I had a whole
British.
for one of my kids, and you just had to come up in here.
It's Bashi time.
You know what? I really kind of wanted to kick your ass for a long time.
And Sammy's also Belgian.
Yes, I did have sex with Soul Food.
Finally, you get to play as Owada from the Big Adventure of Owada's Life, the game that inspired I Wanna
I'm
Be the
forgetting
Guy.
someone, aren't I?
Speaking of, Owada's Life wasn't actually finished when it came out, since it lacked a final boss. Sometime in the
No, I'm
past
not.
couple of years, Owada's Life actually received an update that adds a final area to the game based off of I Wanna Be the Guy. So it's
That
like all
is,
the
I
loops
did
are
not
being
know about
closed.
this. That's
Pretty
kind of
cool.
hype.
The final boss of the game is against the kid, and it's a really cool reference to Kirby's Adventure on the NES. But anyways, point is,
I
Cherry
genuinely
Treehouse's
did not
most
know
recent
about that. That's
release
hype.
was WannaFest 2022, which is probably my favorite I Wanna Be the Guy fan game of all time.
Congratulations to Skull Dude once again for getting this game to happen. I did not have any... I tested this, but I was not responsible for getting this to happen. This was entirely Skull.
At least from my casual perspective. It was made for the Blind Adventure race from Fair Game Marathon 2022, and the whole thing was done in GameMaker 8.2. Now, people
I gotta give it to
familiar
him.
with
I gotta
GameMaker
give it
might
to
be
you.
a little confused because, hold on, that's not a real thing. 8.1 exists, but not 8.2. Well, Cherry Treehouse, or at least Flugel and Renex, made their own version of GameMaker 8.1 called GameMaker 8.2, and used WannaFest 22 to show off what the engine can do. And also just to make a really fucking cool I Wanna Be the Guy fan game. WannaFest's story takes place right after the original. The kid is voiced by the original voice actor from Guy, Kane's buddy Paul, who returns after 15 years since the original game.
Everybody,
I ran out of
give
beer.
a warm welcome to the kid.
He shows up on a game show run by the man, who is voiced by Kayan, in order to win a brand new car.
It is what it is,
he has
man.
to go through levels from 7 classic games, and I kind of don't want to spoil anything from there. I'm sure everyone
I actually
has
don't know
those
much
games,
about not
right?
ITG,
But
although
they're
I've heard
so
of it
awesome
before,
that you
but-
wish you could play them for the first time again. WannaFest is unironically one of those for me. Not only does the game selection, save for the first level, feel very targeted to me specifically, but also it's such a lovingly crafted game from start to finish, with tons of references to both the games featured and also the I Wanna Be the Guy cinematic universe.
The game also feels like it was coded by
Bend
wizards.
a lot more.
I can honestly add another 30 minutes onto this video just gushing about WannaFest,
I've
but
probably seen
geez,
it
the
before
video's already
then.
way too long, and it's something best experience for yourself. I'll give you a little taste though. Check this.
That's
shit
good though. Iconic. It is iconic.
This is just fucking Klonoa.
Which is crazy
Like,
because
straight
this
after
was the
playing
first level that
couple
was
levels
made for
Klonoa,
WannaFest, for the
but
record.
edited to be way harder. I don't know how they managed to put this 3D ass game into Game Maker, and especially make a full level out of it. Plus, like, I fucking love Klonoa. I'm sorry, but I'm not immune to soy jack pointing at thing I like. Craziest part is I don't even think this is the most impressive part of the game. Definitely check out WannaFest. It's certainly difficult, but it's extremely reasonable, and I was able to beat it despite sucking ass.
Iconic.
That's not exactly a traditional I Want to Be the Guy
Fraggy
experience.
moment for
Hell,
sure.
it's not even really a traditional I Want to Be the Guy fan.
Well, I think
game
Wolsk was
experience,
also
but
there.
It is
No,
a really
no, it was
cool
Wolfie
game.
and Frag,
Even if
wasn't
you don't
it?
play it, at least watch Pierre's video on it. And play I Want to Be the Guy too. If you care about the history of video games, especially indie games, you owe it to yourself to give this game a shot. People like to hate on it nowadays, and I don't really blame them since the game is pretty rough around the
Well,
edges.
yeah, but
to
the
dismiss
specific
game
clip
as just a brutal
itself
game made for
was
Markiplier
Frag
to scream
and
get
someone
clicks, it's
else,
truly
which I
doing
think
it
was
a disservice.
Wolfie,
It came from a
entering the
simpler, more pure
Klonoa
time for
cutscene at the
indie
same
games
time.
Where people were just making games to make games, not for
I think
any
it was
monetary
Wolfie.
benefit. I think more people should look beyond surface level criticisms like, ooh, the game's too hard, or it looks like shit, or my save file got corrupted for no reason. Okay, that last one's a bit justified. And engage with the game as like
Classic
a
Fraggy.
cultural artifact and a time capsule
Whoa,
of the
type
2000s era
shit.
of the internet, as well as the
It's
indie
my goat.
gaming scene as a whole. If you don't end up liking I Want to Be the Guy, and you think I'm insane for feeling this strongly about some cheap shitpost rage game from nearly 20 years ago, then don't worry, you're apparently in the majority. But the fact that this community created such a wide
There's
variety
co-op.
of games that have deviated so heavily from the original game's vision is truly something to behold.
I really
Such a
wanted to
passionate
submit this
group
with
of people
Nal
making
for
these
Fangame
elaborate
Marathon this year,
projects
but
only for a fairly insular group of like
we kind of
maybe
forgot about
at
it, honestly.
most, like 10,000 people. It's easy to dismiss all these projects as just like I Want to Be the Guy, but really it couldn't be further from the truth. I heavily recommend everyone watching to go down the rabbit hole themselves and look into this community. I really only scratched the surface. Okay, well, yeah, 2-hour-long video, but there was a lot of surface to scratch, okay? And don't just take my word for any opinion I've given throughout this video. I'm a dumbass YouTuber, and might be completely wrong and you end up hating it, but, you know, at least I got you to try it. I Want to Be the Guy as actually a good game. It can't be the worst opinion you've ever heard a YouTube video essayist say. Speaking of, I think the only thing harder than beating all these fan games is making an entire video about a notoriously difficult game without bringing up Dark Souls once.
That is pretty impressive.
Wait, fuck.
Congratulations. Alright, the video's over. Alright, what do I do now? Shit. Chaos? Oh no, let's do chaos. I know the gimmick of chaos. Let's do chaos. Wait, I probably don't have chaos. Or the money to buy chaos, for that matter. Let's do Arms Masters first, though. Okay, I don't know why, but like sometimes I move left in this game and like I don't get it. Like sometimes I just like move left without actually pressing left at all. That's strange. Because yeah, I don't have the money to buy chaos. I can do Arms Master, but I haven't done Arms Master yet. We'll do Arms Master Intense for sure. best worst reward? Oh boy. You only get unique? Oh boy. Huh, okay, I see. That was... I'm restarting that. That didn't happen. That didn't happen. It didn't happen. What are you talking about? I've never seen this room before. It would be nice if it was completed someday. That was a pretty good fan game. Light's got shit to do though. Oh, for sure. I'm not taking Thunderhead. Increase firing while not moving? Both of these suck. I'll take Vulcan, I guess, but... I don't have it off yet, but I want to turn it off for sure. We'll just use ammo to open up shit. We'll literally just use the ammo to like break open shit. What do we got? Salvage, second win, or blank? I'll take blank over all of these. I'm definitely a blank believer nowadays. Buy some parts here. Yeah. Oh, not the grinder. Grinder is the first boss? Bruh, why? Get that shit out of here. Ow. But I feel like Blink definitely gets out of sticky situations quite a lot in this game. One HP, one shield grinder. Ugh. Gross. Reserves. Yeah, I fully believe that. I mean, it's possible you have to get behind him, which is just like, ugh, gross. Let's waste some ammo. Razor. Yeah. I'm just getting shit rolls here. I'll use the razor, but like, man. Ooh. I don't know this unique weapon. Okay, this like steals other enemies, I guess. Interesting. Reliquary. I quite like the doubled, personally. Keyword does nothing, but I guess the aim would have been nice. That goes pretty hard, I'm not gonna lie. Sure, upgrade that. The lowest is 34. The gauntlet with... No, I haven't found it yet. I'm still looking for it. But I haven't... I've had a couple opportunities at it, but it hasn't landed yet. Upgrade it again. Nah. That's pretty good, sure. There goes Council's Blessing. I could have just switched. I forgot I had two weapons. I could have just switched to the other one. That was stupid of me, honestly. Artifact, sure. Longinus Spear goes through all enemies, wraps through boundaries, fires slower. Okay, I like that. Increased fire while not moving. Enemies race. Thunderhead now. I'll try this out. Okay, so I can swap between these two. Let's try Longinus. Oh, I love spears. That's fair. I have found myself enjoying the enemy type effects for sure. Like, I feel like 35% damage is just like so much. Ooh, hello. So every now and then, like, it doesn't mean much, but like every now and then it just pays off immensely. Sword with increased attack speed. I like that. That's a good sword. Longinus doesn't seem great. Alright, thank you. I may retract that statement. Wow, it is very strong against bosses, I guess. But no, I do increased damage to mini bosses, don't I? Yeah, why not? Fires and 3s on a sword? No, let's do front load. Take the shield on that. Lose an HP and recover 2 HP. That's... all of these seem like a bit like a waste on this intensity. Devour. I got hit by that, really? Damn, I'll take the HP here for sure. I did not hit that. Did I really? Damn. I guess scanner. Shut up, phone. find some ammo somewhere. Sure. Yeah, I kind of just needed to waist shield on that. Yeah, knockback would be pretty good on the sword. That was a stupid hit. I just didn't see it coming at all. Ow. There goes along in a spear, I guess. There goes all of my weapons. Jesus. I'll take the 2 HP there. To the shield. Pulsar that homes and goes to the first enemies, or shotgun fireball. Pulsar for sure. We'll go through the gauntlet with that, see what happens. Really? Damn, that sucks. Instantly got fucked. Whatever. I don't even know what hit me there. 10% damage is always pretty worth it. Ooh. The pulsar kind of goes hard, but I'm definitely not in a good spot right now, but we'll probably make it through anyways. The upgraded base weapon goes kind of a long way. Oh, this is all useless to me. This for sure. Make sure smaller floors, less items. Yeah, I literally won't want to run into that. We'll go to the bathroom again, but I'm just about that one this run anyways. I guess Overlord with base weapon upgraded isn't too bad. Well, no bombs is pretty rough, I guess. forgot this was actually a lot easier on normal rather than hard. At least some parts of it for sure. Sure, I guess. Oh, no way. I'm not doing that. Give me that. I tried to run past them, but for some reason that didn't work. Or like warp past them, rather. Thank you. Wish I could have taken the antique weaponry. Or the deadly weaponry or whatever. Oh, this fucking bastard. Yes, baby. All the damage, please. Another fireball or revolver that instantly kills lesser enemies. We'll go with that. Vulcan. Oh, this Vulcan's good though. That is just a good Vulcan. I cannot lie. Okay, I cannot swap to the other weapon in the meantime, which is fine. I got hit there? Damn. It is a pretty good Vulcan. I'm happy to keep this until the end, for sure. Yippee! Yeah, sure. Nice, I can't. Alright. Woo! I'm getting all achievements. VCAD. Ah, gross. Very cute. Very cute. Energy bomb. What is that? I mean, I guess I still can't buy chaos, so. Empowers you when held. Just passive? That sounds like the best bomb ever. I guess we'll try to do a loop 4 real quick. I'm not gonna do hard yet. Like, really the only reason to do hard on these is to get the Trial 4. Which I think we need to worry about that for a little bit later. I guess discount off of these. Early on, sure, we'll take this. We're gonna max out. There we are. I just gotta dodge now. I didn't have a bomb, damn it. Oh well. 6 is still pretty good. That's a shame though. 101 music goes hard, man. Ooh, aura. Damage this early on. Gotta remember, I don't have blink yet. Homing revolver with chain lightning sounds better than what I currently have. Reach stone. The fact that I didn't get hit there is nothing short of a miracle. That's beyond stupid that I didn't get hit there. For sure. It's down there, sure. Spear with Akashic, chain lightning, and infested. Yeah, sure. I do quite like spear. Ooh. I'll pass on that, but that's tempting as hell for now. I do really like, it's probably my second favorite weapon, drill. I feel like a drill whose only power is that, though, is probably not worth it. This is a messed up room. That was messed up. That was pretty much okay. That was worth it. That was messed up, but that was worth it for sure. I just gotta heal up a while though. fast enough. So we're still on the floor too, damn. I will still take damage off of this guy. But I do have quite a lot of damage right now. A vault on this floor, that could be pretty good. I could use a vault. That was worth a shot. I'll have to find a new weapon then. I figured it was probably here. I'm getting a lot of damage for sure. Artifact, why not? Vulcan that... no. Railgun that wraps through boundaries, homes, and overclocks. That's very good. Thunderhead's not even worth considering. Charge that bounces off of walls, greater spread. I'll take the railgun. I had a very good experience with railgun last time I had it. Yeah, homing railgun is pretty cracked. It just goes. I'm full heal again. It's just, I wasn't even aiming for those. Thank you for taking care of most of the room for me. It's just, I don't even need to aim. I do kind of need to aim a little bit, but... things just die with railgun. That's the power. Absolutely no way. Not at all. I don't even want the vault anymore. I'll do this, though. Sure. Oh, it's a machine? Sorry, I'm trying against machines right now. I do really apologize for that. That's ammo then, right? Yeah, Sure. Nope, nope. I'm still going into them as like a mark of like being polite, but like I think we know I'm not picking anything else. This is like my weapon now. Of those, definitely blink. There it is. I was thinking it probably was gonna be there. Gain a random, lose a random. I'm good. I'm happy with what I got. I don't even know how these kills everything. This shit just shreds, dude. Coordinator, what's up, man? Oh, I could do temple. It's looping. I'm on normal. I don't give a shit. There's no reason to do temple and looping. I guess if there is a reason, I don't know it, at least. I guess if you do it, you get a really good weapon, but I already have a really good weapon. Ow. I have no idea what happened. Here's the ace fight, baby. We did it! Oh, never mind. Ah, shit. Hell yeah. Ace of Swords. That did take up most of my energy. Fires and twos. I'm gonna keep this weapon. That was a cool fight. Highest is 45. Lowest is 58. Damn it. Trouble was pretty nice, actually. I just gotta find some ammo real fast. Or like second wind in here or something. That's good enough for now. I don't even know what just happened. Everything exploded, man. Man, the trumpet's pretty nice sometimes. Other times, everything explodes and you don't know what happened. Yep, there goes the room. I think Pulsar is pretty good, but it's not better than this. Increased damage to bosses? What, the cartridge? I guess I win. I probably get to keep my weapon for this, Jesus. With 39 shots, the boss is dead for sure. Okay, maybe not. I think so, because these phases have less health. I even wasted one shot. I gotta find ammo real fast though, but it's a little bit further. If I go up there, I'm probably not gonna last. Ah, damn it. There goes the weapon. That's a shame. That really was awesome. You have to find another juicy weapon now. I probably should have picked the Ace of Two or whatever the hell it was called. I got hit by that, really? That was lame sauce. In there. Alright, what kind of weapon can we find in here? Spear that hits instantly and has rupture, or spear with anti-magic and void. I'll take this one. Let me arrive in the room, bastards. give me the tuna. What's over here? Thank you to Shoot for being so, like, lenient. Thunderhead or Pulsar, that, yeah, no chance on either of those. We'll go to machine with this. Hopefully find something better in database. Before database, I mean. Took a bad hit there. Or two. That could have been easily dodged. The increased damage to bosses is really working out for me. Charge that arcs instantly and hits instantly. A revolver that shoots and bursts has a chance of firing this one. We'll take the revolver. Take enemy bullets for here. A vault could really come in handy here. Kind of ate ass there. Not playing well right now. Hopefully I have enough health though. I'm just looping, although I'm kind of eating ass right now. So this might not end very well. Whatever happens, happens. Had a good weapon. It broke. You know the drill. I did get the perfect ace on this one, though. That was nice. I'm pretty sure 95% of what I have left to do is just looping now. Jesus Christ, that's a room. That's right, I do also have that. Finally a fucking shop. That's the worst medical supplies of all time. That was a bad shop. And there goes the shield. Before you take the shield. Oh, this rate I'm about to run out of fucking ammo again. There was a vault on this floor, I think. Okay. This might be a good time to go take a look at that. It's not even a weapon! I guess I'm pea shootering then. This run's probably not winning unless I find a good weapon. That's not a lot of HP to take database on. What even hit me there? What the fuck is happening? And that's every room. Okay, well, I guess we're doing 8 HP database. Great. With the pea shooter. I do have a lot of damage, but like, Jesus Christ. I blinked down and it didn't take it. You just die already? I haven't seen this one yet. True. I took a hit from that. I blame my controller. Shit, I didn't use the bomb until I got hit. Alright, no bombs on 4 HP. It's doable. Certainly got further than I thought I would. Hopefully my controller doesn't like send me in a different direction than what I'm aiming at though. That's a bad start. That was double damage too. I thought I got plating in this run. Okay, whatever, I won. Skin on my teeth, Jesus. Oh. That's not very evident by the text, I'm not gonna lie. Nope, I'm good. That was by the skin of my teeth for sure. Losing that railgun weapon was disastrous for me. That's a new high score. Okay. I still gotta do a lot of looping before I finish this off, but... That's for another time. 2 good runs, that's good enough for now. I think I'll go back to that Star Revenge thing. Some decent progress.
It's me, Mario.
Do a little more of this and I'll probably stop after that. Yeah, I still gotta find the metal cap before I do anything in here. Okay, course 6 is this one, so let's go over here. So there must be a Koopa shell around somewhere. Okay. Okay. I have no idea what that said. Something about capitalism, I think. Give me your coins. I don't find any red coins in here, huh? Oh, blue coins. That'll do. There we go. My song! Thank you. Thank you. That was maybe the worst jump I've ever done. But hey, at least I got the 80 stars in the cannon. That was a really bad angle. I'll probably do like 2 courses and just call it a day. But I do feel like kind of going for a while because I'm probably not streaming. Wow. Not streaming at all this week. Monday I got FM shit, Tuesday I got something planned, Wednesday I got something planned. Oh, I didn't realize there was a star there. Thursday, I don't have anything planned. It's probably gonna get taken, and then Friday, I don't have anything planned. Maybe Friday, I guess, but most of my week is taken for sure. I gotta perfect this cannon shot because probably it's hard. That could not have gone worse. That thing has to leave that area. I can't live with it here. I wasn't even close. Am I making really bad jumps, or is that further than I think it is? 'Cause I don't think it's further than I think it is. I think I'm just making really bad jumps. That's definitely makeable. I'm just being ass right now. Well, you win some, you lose some. Let's just put it that way. The hitbox on that is so big. It is insane. There we go. So where is this cannon taking me that I'm really curious about? There? Come on, man. Can't do that to me. Wait, I'm realizing I'm being stupid. Okay, I'm not necessarily being so. I could be smarter. Let's put it that way. I could just aim here. Yeah, I'm smart. Come on. That's like a rude landing, man. I'm doing this course, so I'm heading out. There we go. Wait, what? What is the point of this? I can't aim for that ledge all the way over there, can I? Guess I can. So what's that ledge for then? Man, that thing needs to fuck off. I guess I ought to just kill it every single time. Even with like my best effort wouldn't make that. Am I supposed to just cannon shot directly onto there or something? Is it even possible? Yeah, like, is that what the other cannon's for? But surely not, right? Unless I missed something. Oh, isn't there supposed to be like a wing cap? I'm being stupid. I said there's a wing cap on like after like stars 1 through 4. I'm trying to do something without the wing cap that I should be doing with the wing cap. Whoops. What is that star doing there? Type beat. Right, surfing. I just gotta find the Koopa shell. So what is this section for? Okay, I guess you need the metal cap here. So I can leave that for later. Rip Boza. There it is. Ba-dam-bam. I do wonder if the metal cap is somewhere around here. That'd be nice. Classic. There's always one of these. I did see a weird line going down. Yeah, metal cap then wing cap. I only have wing cap, so we'll just use that. I want to go check out that line of coins before I stop. There's a non-zero chance at least like metal cap or something. Balls. I'm padding for content. There is a pipe back there. Ah, take the cap. Nice. 3 stars. Okay, let's do that real quick before we stop. So don't do that yet. Balls to that. There's red coins over there. Little ledge grab never hurt anybody. Here we go. And you know, all that stuff. Alright, we got the metal cap now, but let's go back in. love the 50-50. I'm very good at losing the 50-50. I think I know where the last one is. Yippee! Now I can get this and leave. I could go back to the first overworld and see what's over there with the metal cap too, but actually no, I'll do it. We got them all. Do like this actually.
Hey, Mario. Okie dokie.
The mountain slide. 4 stars, under 14 seconds. Like that? Then there's also one more star in Overworld 1 that I just don't know where it is. I might look for that. It might require a vanish. I hope not, though. There's secrets? I suppose so. Holy shit, look at this bozo. Look at this fucking nerd. Rebozo. Rebozo. There it is. Then we just have to do the slide normally. There's probably like a toad somewhere in the first overworld that I just don't know about. That was gaming. Let's try to look for the overworld star that we're missing. Yeah, once I find it on the stream. Nothing around here. I haven't looked over here. This might be a pointless endeavor, but what if I swim over here? Fair enough. Oh, my camera's fucked up though. I doubt it's where Ouija was. If it is, I won't discover it in this session. No toad up here. Okay, the toad's up there. I just gotta find a way up. What the angle was that? I could get the wing cap again, but that was kind of a pain in the ass. I'm getting it too early, so I'd rather not. There we go. What's up, Toad? Alright, overworld done. except for 1 star in Overworld 1. Oh, the Metal Cap star. Let's do that. Then we're out. We do have the Metal Cap now. Ooh, we got it all. Boom. That's looking juicy. Alright, with that, I'm out for the day. Thanks for watching. Yeah, I think like Friday, Thursday, and if not, it's going to be next Saturday. It's a busy week. A fan game marathon's coming up, so streams are going to be a lot less frequent for sure. That's the life of it. Yeah, thanks for watching. Peace.